Hello everyone, and welcome back to Cormundum Chaos with WhatTeamComp. I'm your host, the DM, Uncommon Guru, Be Chaotic One, and I am joined once again, back at it again, with my good friends. We have Zarkwarts, who is playing Aurelius, the human paladin fighter. Don't worry about him, he's closing tabs, he's fine.
How dare you call yourself the chaotic one?
I am.
False.
I don't
This
think
party
I don't
are
think
the chaotic.
you are all chaotic.
Embrace the sheer
Can we
chaos.
continue with introductions?
Yes. No worries. We have Mary, who is playing Fidget, the human fighter warlock.
That would be me.
Paris, who is playing Serenity, the Azamar barbarian.
I can't do the bit. I'm shoveling pizza in my mouth. I'm sorry.
Better
I
than
think
the
I like
last
that
one.
better.
And we have Kendall, who's playing Artemis, the half-elf artificer wizard.
Hello.
And lastly, we left off, the hunt was over. You'd all chosen to be inducted into the collective. And have been...
One of us. One of us.
Yes.
God damn it.
And have been able to actually have some release
Peace and quiet.
from the tension. Peace and quiet. After 3 days of just being effectively pushed into a box.
It was 3 days to make that potato salad.
We had to use high quality ingredients using rare, perhaps less than economic techniques. We lost so much money making that potato salad.
Do you know how long it took me to find the guy who would sell me the potato itself? I had to hang him off a roof before he told me where it was.
I mean, then you blew up the roof.
Wouldn't
Already
be the
cooked
first
it
time.
though, with all the fire.
So much fire. It was glorious. There's a section of the city that's needs
Gone?
to be
It
fixed.
just smells like potato.
like true
Apparently.
heroes, the amount of collateral damage left behind is staggering.
That's honestly
Yeah,
pretty
or all the-
accurate.
Or all the pork you ate.
Mm,
Look.
Hey, Comp,
yeah.
I'm looking.
Well-
I'm staring at you.
Yes.
Tell me.
Oh, let me turn that off.
when we start the next campaign, can we just start as people cleaning up this fucking mess?
It's an option. Let me just say that. It is an option. But
I'd love to. Anyway,
yes, no worries. That it would be hilarious, but some of you have bits that you are wanting to get yourself involved in, and others have other things they want to do to settle in for a moment. Not settle down and like stay here, obviously. You have places to go. You still have your starting quest to complete, which you completed 1 of 3 tasks. Hooray! But this is a point of not wrapping things up for some things. More opening new paths, new avenues, so you can access them later. Okay, yeah, you can absolutely go shopping for spell supplies. I will say that after the first night, Iceberg does ask that if you are looking to entertain hospitality in his domain, that you obviously have to adhere to specific rules, or you can get a better place. His rules are the ladies must dress in a certain attire, and it's like,
Fidget's
oh no.
leaving.
Yeah. Anyone who sticks around to see like what the attire looks like, it is effectively a how do I put this? It is a Princess Leia outfit, but with a lot more feathers.
Yeah, Fidget's out of there.
Fidget understood the assignment was to leave.
Artemis will look him in the eye and take off her arm so that he can see the full disgusting part of the stub.
Yep.
Put it back on and leave.
Wait, who's in the fucking Princess Leia outfit?
Anyone
None
who
of us
must
were
wear
leaving.
it.
the girls must wear that if they stay there. And he looks to you and he taps his chin and he has a mannequin wheeled out with a codpiece, just the codpiece with feathers around the edge.
Yeah. I'm out.
After everyone leaves, he just chuckles and says, "Works every time."
Fucker. Glad we exploded his warehouse.
Being fair, he probably brought those out because you exploded his warehouse.
Eh,
Fair
Potato,
enough.
potato. All's fair in
But yeah.
hate and hate.
Is there an easy way for Fidget to find the group collective lodging? Even if it's not with Iceberg?
Von Sterling has a place where he has rooms he'd be more than willing to offer to you all.
Then Fidget will head over to him, mumbling something about feathers.
He'll look you dead in the eye and just be like, "You didn't accept? Sorry, you didn't accept?
Ah,
A wise choice. It's demeaning. I can't say everyone looks bad in it.
would you wear it, sir?
I have."
There's actually a moment where she is stunned silent.
And he doesn't explain any further, and he leaves.
Learn something new about your boss every day. What the fuck?
See Aurelius like nudge Ember. Steel's heavier than feathers.
God damn it.
She nods. I mean, you're right. I mean, unless you burn the steel and melt it and it's liquid, then it doesn't weigh anything, because it's water.
Huh. Why didn't I think of that?
Why didn't
Are
I
you
think of that?
not
Damn.
catching up?
Paris, calm. The answer
I
is
help.
yes.
I help.
Shame.
I help.
The answer is yes, but he's no longer available.
He's not in the picture.
Yeah.
Hey, really, you know Revivify?
I didn't say that. She didn't say that. She just said he's not in the picture. Why'd you go straight to death, Paris?
Yeah.
She just said not in the
I mean,
picture.
if he's not dead, I mean, there are a few things that I could say about that, but we ain't getting
You
into
have
that.
fun with Razor and see if you can get anywhere with that.
One step at a
You got
time.
somewhere with him, it just wasn't flirtatious.
Yo, try to riz up Razor, dude.
Serenity's form of Riz is it's not subtle.
Leans on the table. Hey, breaks the table. Fuck.
Artemis is
I mean,
going
it
to
worked.
go to the room that
Mhm.
he has given them.
Yep.
Give him a nod and a thank you, and go on to go to the room with the sending stone to tell Godai what they've been up to.
Yeah,
good
Fidget's gonna go to her room and talk to her locket for a bit.
Okay. Yeah, you all have your own individual rooms, which do have a slight bit of customization options. Artemis, going into your room, there is a bed for if you want to sleep on it, but there's also like almost like a hammock hanging bed with an area where you can climb up and kind of pull the bed up into a corner and like plump it against the ceiling to basically shut yourself off from everything if you need.
Von Sterling has been paying attention.
It's like, she doesn't like to always people. Sometimes she likes to just scrunch down and enjoy her solitude. But there's also a
I
writing
half
desk with a
expected-
number of other things.
I half expected her room literally just to be like a cat box.
I was thinking,
No,
I was thinking pillow fort. So
there's a lot of pillows on the bed, but there's also on the desk a like a note sticking out of one of the drawers. When you go to remove it, you see what's the all? It says the note as you read it says all good things in moderation. And when
Okay,
you-
he hasn't been paying that much attention.
And when you open the drawer, it is filled with snacks.
Never mind.
He hasn't been paying that much attention. Snack drawer. Never mind, he has been paying so much attention. Effectively, it seems to be trying to say, don't eat this all at once, but at the same time, it's your snack drawer. You can do with it what you want.
He'll take one thing out of there, close the door, and just go over to like sit on the bed with the sitting stone.
Yep. Artemis, your room, there's a certain, how do I put it?
You mean fidget?
Sorry, fidget, sorry. Thank you. Brain is working. Fidget. Your room how do I put this? There is a Spartanness to the room. Like, everything is, like, set just so. But there's also a very light touch of personality. That's the word I'm looking for. But there's the drapes over the windows. When you pull them over them, completely black out the room. Just making it completely pitch
instantly
dark.
close, and you just kind of
The sheets on the bed and whatnot are a more dusky, not quite all black, but dark tones. Very much a room that it doesn't give off this feeling of darkness, but gives off a feeling of muted visual silence.
She's got an aesthetic. She's got to keep up, guys.
Do either of you go to your rooms, or do you guys go to those later?
Cerny's probably heading up to her room.
Okay. Your room has like a few racks to put weapons on, as well as a section that looks to be like effectively just like a weightlifting station, just to keep your figure and whatnot. But it also has an area that looks to be sectioned off by like one of those folding mats, like the changing room mats thing, and behind it is a mirror, which has on the wall a few selections of different outfits. Very not bright, but very elegant sort of outfits. Some of them are more dressy. Some of them are like a mixture between, like one of them is like a more masculine undercoat of like a button-up shirt and trousers, but it has a jacket that looks like it's almost got waves like a dress. It's like wearing a suit and a dress at the same time.
I know what kind of fucking outfit you're talking about.
And there are some that are just fancy dresses. Not like, again, not super nobility fancy, but like they would look nice.
I put a curious question in the excuse me, in the chat because I wasn't sure.
What appearance are we wanting to change them to?
I'm gonna send this to you. It'll make so much sense so quickly. All I'm gonna do is send you a fucking image.
Uh-huh. I wait with bated breath.
Who is beating your breath?
Huh. No, not yet.
Yeah.
Only because I know what the creature is. Hold on.
Fair enough.
Let me pull up something about that real quick, just so that you're aware. Because I'm sure you are, but hold on. Hey, let me type. Yeah. Bless you.
Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fair.
And what's its size again? No,
Tiny.
It's not. It's tiny. It's small. It's a small creature. It is small. Yeah.
Dawn.
Yeah. I am looking at its stat block currently.
What the fuck?
Is that in the book? I mean, I accept that it's from the book. Huh.
Oh, this
no,
one's the
wait.
fucking...
You're,
Yeah, this one's UA.
Yeah, that one is UA, which means that because it doesn't have the extended version of some of this, which that part is fine. But again, that would be something that could be earned as a reward. Let's just say, as a possibility I was thinking of for you to change it to, but we haven't got there yet. I have been considering things. I promise. But
Fair enough.
In the future. But yeah, that's what yours looks like. Aurelius, are you going to your room? Check it out.
Aurelius is gonna fucking find somewhere along the coastline to fucking meditate by fucking around with a sword.
Okay.
It doesn't even necessarily have to be within the town proper. It could be on the outside walls, just overlooking the ocean, if that makes sense.
It makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. Just
Are
somewhere where he's not gonna fucking hurt anyone.
Right. Are you caring exceptionally about one, where you are, and two, who you're with?
If people follow him, he doesn't really care.
Cool. We'll get to that. So you will be going off. We'll wrap back around to Kendall. You wanted to talk to Gadai. Tell him about your current excursions. Is there anything specific you wanted to ask him or bring up?
Not in particular. She's just keeping him updated,
Just like tweeting at him.
basically.
Fair enough.
Because he got upset last time they forgot to.
When you finish, he's like, well, then, certainly sounds like you've all been having I'd say an adventure. That's probably putting it overly mildly, but
It is certainly something.
it is certainly something. Yes, quite indeed.
Sorry, was
So-
Godai's
Wow.
voice higher last time you did that?
It was.
Yeah, okay.
He's been doing Von Sterling's voice.
I've been doing
for
Von
so
Sterling.
long.
I've been doing a lot of deep voices. He has a lighter voice. I'm just trying to re-get myself into Godai's voice because I haven't done it in a while.
Okay, sorry.
You
yeah.
have been paying attention and you've been listening to it. I appreciate it. Is there? Oh, you survived a great sort of thing. Obviously, I had nothing to do with it. I was not even a real bystander or person watching. Are you all right? Not physically, but are you all right? Such events can wear on a person. Believe me,
I'm fine.
honest.
Rain check?
Rain check. I respect that, yes.
It hasn't been long enough for me to know if I am truly alright.
Of course. And it may be that the rain comes and lingers. I've had that too. Had many a friend
Yes.
who has also had that, but
Joining a criminal organization is... I still have some skepticism.
I would say you're certainly allowed. But perhaps that is why you are suited for what they're asking. They don't want you to just blindly do things. You question things. You're inquisitive. You're an intellectual like me. And that is such a great thing. Just remember that it is your thing, not theirs, even if they are asking you to benefit them with it, it is, at the end of the day, yours. All right?
All right. How are you doing over there? Are you doing all right with your bird friend?
Well, good news, bad news, good news. I have one of the ingredients. Bad news, still stuck. Thankfully, though, having, well... I don't have to worry so much about my familiar disapparating, as now I can have someone else to either fill things in for me or to help me resummon it, as I can't gesture with my hand stuck in crystal. But it is a great boon, I will say. Speaking of, did you how have your studies been going?
They've been going quite well in between trying not to die.
Well, trying not to die is generally a good teacher as well.
Yes.
Opens the mind.
I suppose
in new
it is.
ways. Well, don't forget, our realm of study of the areas that brush upon death, where we question where it lies, that doesn't come to people easily. Death is not gentle. It's not that it is unkind. Death is perhaps one of the kindest things in all creation. But it is not gentle. Not to everyone.
It is kind to those who experience it, but it is not kind to its witnesses.
Certainly not, no. And many have written bardic tales about the injustice and the gentility of its actions. But rest on it and know that as long as you breathe, you have time. And when you don't have breath, whether death comes for you or not, that may be a matter of discussion for you to have with it years to come. Fair?
Fair.
Now, do unwind as best you can. You deserve it.
Yes, I will see about unwinding. I have also... Oh, that book!
Yes!
I realized it was out of order.
No!
Yes, the strings were on the wrong spots.
Well, do let me know what happens when you get it into the right pattern. It sounds intentional. Fascinating. I look forward to hearing your results.
Yeah. Artemis will nod and then realize that he can't see her and just go, yes, alright.
Have fun.
And she will hang up the sending stone and get back to putting the book in order, because that is her current hyperfixation. But she's going to go over to the door and open it a little bit, because she is no longer in a sending stone call and does not mind if people come and peek in.
Gotcha. In which case, we will hop over to Le Fidget.
That is me.
El Figeon.
Once she has her door closed, she has the blinds closed, she's sitting in the middle of the floor with her sword as the only light laying across her lap and just kind of eyes closed, concentrating on this new sensation she's got flowing through her.
This is some real Sith aesthetics. I love
Yes.
it. Just the gentle pulsing red light of the blade. And a Moontouch sword glows under the light of the moon, but this is still at least faintly glowing. A little bit of light, just enough to illuminate things in a mild red tone. And after a little bit of time, you just faintly hear, yes.
Just checking in since it's, I can tell you gave me something and I'm trying to figure out how to use it.
Well, how do you think it's used?
The thing I haven't been... And even though it's dark in the room, she does the wiggling of the fingers like she always does when she mentions magic.
Right.
Just, I've never been one who's been inclined to even think how the magic works.
Fair.
I just know I feel different.
Then don't think about it. Feel it. How does it feel?
The best way to put it, and this is gonna sound so stupid, but this is a farmer's daughter trying to describe magic. You ever have heartburn? That kind of warm sensation that's a little uncomfortable, but you get used to it after a while. In your chest.
Oh, heartburn. I thought you said hot bun.
Heartburn.
Heartburn. It was uncomfortable when you first gave it to me, but I've gotten used to it.
Is a heat. Yes?
That, yeah.
Well, you feel it then. Yes.
I do. I felt it since you decided that I was finally ready to have it.
Are you feeling it now?
Yes.
Then why are you just touching it? It's there.
You mean like mentally reach out to the burn in my chest?
Emotionally reach out for it. Mentally, yes, you will have to understand motions, actions, but at the end of the day, magic will weave all life comes down to instincts. A sense of danger, a sense of hunting, excitement, fear.
So basically, I have a new way of tapping into my anger.
Will that focus it? Try it.
It usually helps in combat, so, you know.
Try it.
And she'll take a steadying breath and focus in on her anger.
The heat seems to pulse. It doesn't grow. Grow would be the wrong word. It spreads, like spreading butter on toast. Thins it a bit, but more that there's still the center mass and bits of it are kind of moving along different parts of your limbs.
And dull.
Out of the gutter. Out of the gutter.
No, I live here.
Out. Shoot.
No.
Raccoon.
How dare you?
My home.
But
I pay
After she,
rent.
you know what? She's an adult, Zark. You can't make her leave.
That's what
But
they
yeah.
all think.
But they.
Anyways, but once she notices that actually focusing on her anger seems to have caused a reaction. Can I flavor something?
Flavor
Magic wise?
Flavor it.
She opens her eyes, because she's had them closed this entire time, and looks down at her hand, her non-dominant hand, her left hand, as red sparks of an eldritch blast just kind of dance across her fingertips.
Like jagged, almost not lightning, but like almost like it's imitating lightning.
Mm-hmm. And just kind of in the, if anyone could see her in the dark and red spark glow, it's almost this devious grin that spreads across her lips. Just kind of. So that's how it works.
That's how it works.
Fascinating.
And there's more, but that will come in time. And in increments. Not that I don't trust you. I just don't want you hurt before you can get a grasp on how to use it to properly offend others, let's just say.
Understandable. I am aware of the built-in stigma around here about magic.
And about those who make deals with ancients. I like that word. Ancients. It makes me sound so old and majestic. When actually I'm quite young. Ugh, barely over a few centuries. Actually, no.
Oh,
I tell a
boo-hoo.
lie. I'm over a century. Maybe.
And
maybe a century
Fidget
and a
just
half.
very,
Yeah.
very jokingly goes, "Ah, boo-hoo."
You wound me.
It's 'cause I care. Trust me, you've seen me with the group. When
I
I'm an
have.
asshole, it means I care.
Of course. And when Serenity barges in on things, it means that she cares but is blind beyond caring. And when Aurelius leaves, it means he cares but he doesn't know what to say and he doesn't want to look a fool.
And she'll stop looking at the energy in her hand and just kind of face palm with her other hand. Oh, that motherfucker left the house again, didn't he?
I could almost hear his footfalls.
Oh, God, and I'm the edgelord, huh?
It depends on the edge. You are the edge of an elegant blade.
And Aurelius?
He is a slab of metal that happens to have an edge. I believe they refer to it as a great sword. I believe I'm getting the hang of this comedy thing.
Yeah, quick learn. I don't know if that conversation would go over so well if you would have talked to Serenity or Aurelius.
Oh, but if they don't laugh, then clearly they need to change something about themselves.
Parrish, you're proving his point. Hand of the medallion. It's like Parrish, you're proving his point.
Like, at this point, is Serenity Paris or is Paris Serenity?
I don't
Yes.
know anymore.
Paris mind melds with her characters. The answer is always yes.
Okay.
Always
just-
assume yes.
But yeah, Fidget will laugh, kind of going, I mean, you got along, you made Adi understand what was going on with things, so I think we're good there. And I wouldn't be surprised if Aurelius wanted to talk to you about things, or you wanted to talk to him about things. You know,
I'm sure. Honestly, I do enjoy Artemis's company. She's witty I don't know how she expresses her care, though. Though that might be me watching her less than the others.
Little tiny acts of service, and she gives little things. She does things
Oh.
for us.
How kind.
It's her own way, and I don't try to push any other way on her, so... Like with the whole silver tongue thing, she made sure I had something to eat afterwards. It was little, but it was important to me.
I will keep an eye out.
But,
Comedy.
God damn it. God damn it.
you love us, Ferris.
Where's the fucking spray bottle?
I don't think this is what love feels like or looks like.
It's called being family. I have adopted you. You have no ability to resist.
The papers have been signed and thrown into the safe, and she has eaten the key.
Family, family, family,
Family.
Family.
One
Amelia.
of us. One of us.
You keep going like this, and Artemis is gonna find a window.
To the window.
Not on the roof.
To
Not
the
again.
wall.
Please.
Gonna crawl right out,
Gonna
Right into the
crawl
gutter.
to the roof, the roof.
and it's where she belongs.
There.
But yeah,
Where do
Fidget
you
will-
belong? The roof or the gutter?
Both.
The gutter's on the roof.
I'm allowed to have both.
The roof gutters.
Artie
Yes.
has enough money now that she can afford both places of residence.
My goodness.
The
Yes,
penthouse
because
and the
Artemis would
basement.
totally actually pay rent and not just squat.
But
Of course.
I was gonna ask. I'm like, you have to pay rent on a gutter? Damn, fucking inflation is crazy.
That being
Yeah,
said,
Artemis
she
doesn't really register how to use money all of the time.
Oh god.
would... Oh, that's gonna be fun.
aren't you glad Fidget gave you some, though?
Yeah, she's happy to have money. She's
Doesn't know what
not
to do with it.
always good at using it because she's not used to having it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Welcome to the collective where that kind of thing's gonna be normal now.
That's
Fucking
weird.
Yeah.
Accidental fucking hoarding.
Hoards the money.
But,
I don't know what to do with it.
Use it. Oh,
But yeah, Fidget will spend some more time focusing more on her the anger to harness her magic, and each one of her spells. The Eldritch Blast is more red, her Mind Sliver is more white, and her Cause Fear, even though she doesn't cast it, is a sickly green.
Nice.
I love that.
Before her Hellish Rebuke is just a black flame.
Nice. I like that. That's really cool.
She is Sith Lord.
All the edge.
sorry, I laughed. My cat just fucking screamed outside the door. I just heard the most pathetic wail.
Him want chicken nuggies. Him can't pass. So, Aurelius.
Is Serenity? Are you gonna go to Aurelius and not Serenity?
Serenity went to
Artie, that's right.
Artie's room, so I'll get back around to that because that'll be with Artie again. Aurelius,
Yeah.
you go out to a little like cliff area. We can look out over the ocean, and the two people who follow you just kind of come along nearby, and they don't come up like right behind you. They give you room as you kind of make a space for yourself to just swing your sword. One sits down, leans against a tree, and watches. The other almost seems to pantomime your actions, almost like they're, you wouldn't say mocking, but more imitating with a sense of being vaguely comical, as Velinor and Ember have followed you.
I can already guess who the second one is.
You can guess who is who, yes.
Yeah.
You're giving us some time to just kind of move about and feel the muscles mostly in your shoulders. Because you can feel where you lost your arm, shoulder blades, across the back, especially in those areas on the left side where you don't exactly have anything to build up with the prosthetic arm, but with your other arm you're still swinging it, occasionally trying to one-hand it and feeling that strain across your body as it isn't used to it yet, but you're certainly getting a better feel of it. After a bit of time, as you're taking a momentary break, you hear Velinor call out, "Isn't it time you take a drink? Take a breath? Or are you going to keep swinging that hunk of metal?"
You know what? Just for thematic purposes, second wind.
Okay. Second wind and go right back at it.
Yeah.
Okay. So you spend your second wind and go right back at it. And he watches for a moment, and after a moment he just kind of shakes his head. Ember just kind of watches like, "What the fuck? Stop that." Kind of puts her hands on her hips, just like, "I want to tire myself out if I just keep doing this." Dang it. Can't believe this guy.
The point of it is to kind of train his endurance as much as he's training everything else as well. And eventually, when he feels he's done, he just kind of stabs the sword into the earth and uses it as a pillar to lean against effectively. As he sits down and just stares out over the ocean. This is a sight he doesn't get to see often. And until he was with this group, he had never seen the ocean before. So he's taking the opportunity to have a snapshot of it in his mind. An almost mental retreat if time needs to, or if things get so stressful that he needs to retreat inward into his mind and has no choice but to. Just kind of sits there, stares out at the ocean. He doesn't realize it, but he's slowly falling asleep. Like a true Roman. He's not a Roman. What time of day is it?
Early still. Not quite new.
So still early morning?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, well, once he realizes he's falling asleep, he'll kind of shake himself and look over his shoulder to see what the other two idiots are doing.
You see that Ember is, after she does some of her own kind of training, but with a lot more dexterity, sort of flourishes and the like, before sheathing them, popping her back and just flopping on the ground and making what you can presume is just a dust angel.
What sword was she using during all that?
Please hold.
Why do I imagine Ember doing that? Well, fucking.
Because it's her energy. While doing her dust angel.
Yeah.
Scimitars.
Scimitars.
A pair of
Oh,
them.
that's awesome. Aurelius will actually watch with, like, genuine awe. He's never personally used a curved sword before.
Mhm.
Like, he's used to straight edge blades. And he's seen people use rapiers before, but never curved blades like that. So he's sitting there watching and trying to analyze the technique.
It's a lot more dexterous, a lot more flourishing of attacks than what you are doing, but still very much moving in a way that clearly is looking to strike at points and just bleed them.
Significantly faster than what he's doing.
Yes, especially since you're trying to one-hand a greatsword oft times.
Mm. Hey Sparky, where'd you learn to do that?
Pauses and just kind of like is like on the ground, looks up at you slowly. Well, at one point I was a little girl, and boys would push me down, and I would lay on the ground, and I would just do this until they either went away or they tried to kick dirt on me. And then I would grab them by the ankle and kick them in the balls.
I love her
Not what
so
I'm-
much.
Not what I meant, but you know what? That
Respect.
works too.
Respect.
I respect that. I meant with the scimitar. Never seen any fighting style like that.
Well, I got into some rough and tough places, and then I got into some better places, and then I got into some really bad places, and then I almost died. Do you know what that's like? It's honestly the wildest high you can ever get without actually dying.
Aurelius kind of just looks at Velinor as he scratches the back of his neck.
Yep. After that, I then attempted to die a second time, but I didn't do it. I just lived. And doing that infused my blood with eternal fire. But, you know, details and semantics and stuff. Then I was hired as a hitman for the clergy. Hated that. Found out about the collective. Loved that. And have been just kind of living the high life.
The clergy hired hitmen?
Oh yeah, they do it all the time. What, yours didn't tell you about it? Oh, no, I understand. You were probably like... Oh no, wait, we're both young. Ignore that.
Aurelius kind of like narrows his eyes a little bit, and he's like, huh. Check the grade. Aurelius is 23. He knows, he's not that old. Okay, honestly. He's lived lifetimes in hell. He lived a year in the abyss. It's different.
That's more than a lifetime than some, Zark.
Yeah.
And the abyss is certainly not the place you want to end up.
Yeah, no. For some, it'd be the last place you want to end up.
For some. For most people.
Yeah, well, when your occupation is literally fighting demons, it's a
You
lot.
still don't want to go there. Going there
Yeah,
and fighting them on
but,
their
like-
home turf. Wait till they come to you.
Yeah, but the thing is that they're more used to it.
Yes, that's why you don't want to fight them there. I didn't stutter.
It's not hell, it's the abyss, it's different.
It's different, and it's worse than the hells. At least in the hells, you can have a dinner table. And the abyss,
Actually,
you eat off
true.
the floor.
Or sometimes, if you're lucky, a rock.
If you're really lucky, yeah. There's actually like
Way
a few
off topic
choices.
here.
Well, this is probably stuff that's flashing through Aurelius's mind about the abyss. In the abyss, you find a Davy. Beware.
Yeah, that's true. Like, be
That place is
careful, you
clean.
found baby.
That's why
Yeah,
you have to be
they-
careful. It's clean.
If you eat a single nugget in Davy's domain, he's gonna fucking ask you to pay for services.
Ah, you're making me clean for you? How dare you?
So yeah, Aurelius is more or less like, I am somehow surprised and not surprised at the same time. What kind of hits did you do?
Well, I was acting like
Why would the
Go ahead.
Why would the clergy even need assassins? They have like paladins, right? Just get like a particularly unsneaky one of those to cut off a dude.
Oh, honey. They don't send paladins in to do something sneaky. They send them in to do heavy stealth. There's no one left if they're trying to be sneaky.
So that's why they said it. I'm trying to think of what the fucking meme is. Like, don't need to worry about witnesses if there are no witnesses.
Yes. Witnesses? What witnesses?
By technicality, you were a witness.
Oh, pshaw, I won't tell anyone. I wouldn't tell a soul.
There are no accidents in what body?
What does that sound? 8 minutes ago. Wow, that was taken fast.
That was unnecessarily funny.
Like, now what?
You're talking to her.
Yeah,
Do you,
I guess he's trying to process everything,
Mm-hmm.
and I feel like before he can really figure anything out,
Mm-hmm.
twirling his hair and kicking his feet.
Oh, you.
Yeah, he'll eventually get up, put the sword on his back, and just be like, "You guys want to get something to eat? Like down at the harbor, maybe?"
Maybe later. I want to make some more dirt angels. Lays back down.
Bird angel.
Belor stands
You
up.
know what?
I'll walk with you.
No. I'm gonna join her. I used to make snow angels myself when I was a child. I didn't kick any guys in the dick, though. They were all wearing armor.
If you cave it in, that's extra points, because then they have to walk around in that really wide stance like they're riding a horse.
You know, once I stole someone's armor
Really?
and hid it in the other locker rooms. Suffice to say, I was a bit of a troublemaker when I was a kid. And I only got away with it because my mother was a captain. Oh well, adopted mother.
Fair enough. Must have been nice. Not
I
getting
had
in
a
trouble.
dog.
You had a dog?
Well, a wolf.
You look like a cat man, though.
Is it my whiskers?
No, it's your willingness to run away and hide away from people. You don't like to be around people very often.
I'm fine with people. It's just I don't know how to people.
So you're a cat.
You're still confusing me a little bit here.
So cats can be around people, but they don't know how to people, and so they'll act like they don't want you around, but they want you to be like hugging you all the time. Except when they don't, in which case they'll, suddenly be away, like up on the top of a mountain overlooking the harbor, where people won't be able to notice them. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. She actually does the winks at you as she says it and nudges you as she says it.
Well, I didn't stop anyone from following me, did I?
No, but that's like a cat too.
It,
You allowed us to follow you. I mean, if you'd wanted to, you could have stealthed off and no one would have been the wiser. Ooh.
have you seen me try to stealth?
You are about as stealthy as a cat that has fallen into a bench of buckets. Do you understand how much clanking that I can hear from the lack of armor you have? You don't have armor and you clank. How do you do that?
Sword. Big sword. Big
You know what?
fuck-off.
Yeah, the sword slapping your thighs and whatnot will do that. It's a big hunk of metal,
I'm not even sure if it should be called a sword at this point.
What do you want to call it then? A hunk of metal? The iron block? It's a sword! You use it to stab people!
It's a fucking hunk of metal on a stick.
I see. You are one who adheres to the bludgeoning aspect of things. I understand.
You know, I've never actually used a warhammer before.
Really?
No. I've never been one for the blunt weapons.
But
Which sounds strange.
but they're so good at caving things in, like doors.
That's what my foot is for.
Look, I understand that you must think that you have some nice feet. I'm not looking, but
Well, no, I don't. I do not. We are not going down that rabbit hole.
yeah, I understand that. We don't want to talk about how good or bad your shoes are, but your shoe etiquette is terrible. Do you understand how awful your shoes look? You do not have door-kicking shoes. You have I walk on the seaside shoes. No, wait. You have I went on a hike 3 years ago shoes and never came home. She has the most catty, like, Cheshire grin.
Unnecessary.
Aurelius narrows his eyes with a smile. How much do you personally actually know about me?
Kind of thinks about it for a moment. You're a man. Looks down at your waistline. I'm pretty sure. You're combative. You like to be alone, but you don't want to be alone. You miss people, but you hate being around people because you feel you're awkward.
I don't hate being around people.
You hate being awkward around people.
I just don't know what to do anymore.
Do you want to know how you figure out what to do? I'm going to let you in on a little secret, family secret. You ready for this? You got to be around people. To learn how to people.
Try.
Yeah, well then why do you run off? As soon as you run off, you're saying that you have given up. I didn't realize the Paladin Orders raised a bunch of people who gave up. No.
I did not run off.
You are literally up here in the middle of nowhere.
I need time to myself, man.
I mean, you can have time to yourself. You have a room. You didn't even check it out.
I have a room?
Did you not know? Von Sterling said everyone gets a room.
I may have been distracted.
By what?
He looks away.
By your sword. I understand. It's large and in charge of your thoughts. No, it's okay. You don't have to explain. I understand.
Aurelius narrows his eyes like he's not sure if he's talking about the greatsword or the other one.
She'll never tell. You see Velinor just like looking at you with this look of just like, I was expecting something else, but this is way better than what I was expecting.
Hey, Velinor, why don't you go find some food?
You want to join me, or you want me to just watch?
What? You can go find some food. We'll find you later.
Kind of raises a brow, like slowly goes up and up and up before he tilts his head, just like, real shit? Slowly takes a step back, just like, I'll see you back at Von Sterling's, I take it?
Potentially.
Kind of raises his
dead
brow
by
a
the
little
end.
further. Holds up his hands like, alright, alright. Turns and kind of just walks away. And Ember kind of glances back to you, watches him leave, glances back to you, watches him leave, glances back to you, watches him leave. As soon as he's like just out of sight, glances back to you. So, you have something you want to say?
How obvious was it?
I don't mean to brag, but you're about as capable of hiding what your intentions are as, well, as Razor is playing the lute, and he's not good at playing the lute.
Yeah, sounds about right.
So, lunch?
Yes, lunch.
Lunch!
Definitely.
Like, grabs you by the waist and kind of drags you back towards the town to get some food.
Alright.
So we'll hop over real quick. Serenity and Artemis.
Yeah.
As you go in and I imagine you spend some time just in each other's presence, or do you have something you want to voice to Artemis?
Artemis is actively working on her book, but she has acknowledged Serenity's presence.
I was about to say, I'm like, Serenity just moves about the fucking room because she knows that Artemis is kind of just...
Artemis will kind of make a
Busy.
little gesture to the desk. You left me snacks. Do you want one?
head snap towards desk.
Snacks!
I can't remember how you describe what was in here.
I didn't.
They're
What's
various
it?
snacks.
Various-
She's nibbling on something.
There's
Is there a
like
sucker in here?
there's a strip of caramel candy.
That'll work. Need something to busy your teeth.
Salted pork.
Need something sweet to busy her teeth.
Hard caramel.
That'll work. Hang on. The cat is bothering Mom. Okay. She just like goes. You just see her fishing through the fucking drawer.
Where is it? Where is it?
Pretty much looking for the right thing, popping it into her mouth, and you can. So she doesn't. It's not like when you watch someone like take hard candy and just instantly crunch it, but you can hear her teeth hitting it. So it's clear she's biting it.
Artemis will just smile over at her and then return to what she was doing.
I know you have this book, but do I even know what's in it, or do I just know you're reorganizing it?
You know what's in it, vaguely. You have an idea of what's in it, you don't understand it.
Fair enough.
Because she's told all of you what's in it.
She just kind of looks over Artemis's shoulder and just watches.
You're watching as she kind of... This is a book that she has kind of like stripped from the spine, like unthreaded, and is rearranging the pages.
So what happens when you rearrange it?
I'm putting them back in the right order.
You gotta tilt
They,
your head. How do you know
they-
what the right order is?
I'm following the strings.
Even out of character, I'm confused.
Magic strings.
Oh, okay. She's gonna tilt her head. Strings.
Yes, I've mentioned them a couple of times. They're kind of hard to gauge when you're don't have a connection with magic.
Oh! I don't know why, but I thought you meant actual literal string.
They look like strings to me. I imagine they're actually something quite different. But it is a perception that I have that it's how it allows me to see them. They're probably something much more complicated that I wouldn't be able to fully comprehend.
I don't know. So the strings will tell you how it goes. Okay, so she's basically going to keep asking questions just so she understands it better, as good as she's going to.
Mhm.
Since she's not magically blind in the slightest.
Yep, and Artemis is just gonna keep rearranging the pages until she is either made to stop, or it's time to sleep, or until she finishes.
Whichever comes first.
Uh-huh. Occasionally she'll get up to go get another snack because she ran out of the first one, but she's just constantly nibbling on something.
Just imagine once, like, if she notices that the stash is low, air quote, for Artemis, she just gets up, grabs something from the desk, comes back with it.
She'll appreciate it. She'll probably thank you, thank Serenity, kiss her hand, and then continue on.
Like the golden retriever lover. She is so happy to be praised. God damn it.
You're just not realizing you made a golden retriever?
We have golden retriever and scary dog.
Artemis's prime black cat partner.
Yeah, makes sense.
But yeah, the door is still slightly open. She is answering Serenity's questions, and she is rearranging the pages until they are in the correct order, until she is made to go to sleep.
You will eventually have one interruption. You hear a... 1 second. I need to do this right.
Oh.
Oh no.
Well, we know who that is.
The door is open.
Yeah, but like, politeness. Obviously.
Okay.
Crazy pokes
Come
her
in.
head in. Hi.
Hey, Crazy.
Hey. So do you ever get to talk to the scribes?
Kendall totally forgot about that.
Rip.
I imagine that Artemis was like, okay, hold on. We're gonna just decompress, have some time. Ooh, there's room. I can put things together. Yes.
I did not.
Uh-oh. Well, I mean, no, not uh-oh as in you did anything bad. More uh-oh as in, oh no, you haven't done it yet.
Okay, I should probably go and do that. And she kind of slowly sets the pages to the side. Don't touch anything. She's speaking to anyone that can hear her. And the air.
Right. Do you need me to lead you? I'm sure you'll probably be able to find it, but do you need me to lead you there, or?
Yes, it would probably be faster if you showed me where they are, because I get distracted very easily.
Yeah, no, that sounds about right. Serenity, hey, how you doing? You coming too?
I mean, sure, if you don't mind the company.
I mean, that's completely on you. I mean, if you don't want to be company, you don't have to be company, but we'd appreciate your company.
She's still partially glowing from the consistent praise. I mean this literally. I hope you know this.
Yes. She's resplendent. How'd she come this way? L'Oreal, because she's worth it.
Smack you. Will be coming with it then, yeah. Actually. Both of you are magically inclined, yes? Well, you, obvious. She points to Artemis for Artemis. Can you respond? She points to Crazy.
Yeah?
Do you know how to change the form of a familiar, perchance?
What form are you looking for?
I just wanted to change it into something else. I wasn't quite sure.
Like a bird?
I like him as... She pulls out being mean. I like him as what he is. I'm just curious if I can.
You have to... Kind of like gets cross-eyed for a second as he thinks. Put him away and then take him back out as something else. No. You need incense and to do a ritual for like for like a couple minutes, really. And then basically tell it what form you want it to be.
Okay.
Just needs a little
Yes,
incense.
you have to dismiss him.
I don't have the scroll to do it again.
No. You need the incense. You just need the incense. Because you already have him summoned. God. Razor would know more about this than me. He's actually got a familiar. No, he wouldn't know. Tank definitely wouldn't know. Tank punched a familiar once. It was so funny. The guy deserved it, though.
Was the familiar perchance able to speak?
Pantomime what other people had said, yes.
What kind of familiar was it?
Raven. Very good at mockery.
Actually wheezes. Close their eyes. Sorry, I'm having a vague memory of my old barrack buddies getting tormented by a group of crows.
Yeah, well, that's the way the... Something crumbles. I'm not sure what it is.
To be fair, they deserved it. They tossed rocks at one of them and the rest responded in kind. I was left alone.
Fair.
She's like holding. By the way, this entire time she's been holding Bean like by his upper rope. He's just elongated.
He's just like he slowly like looks like he's getting longer. You know he's not, but you feel like he is.
I can feel his body just laxing, like eh.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
Oh, speaking of, while she's doing that before we leave, she holds out Bean to Crazy. I never showed you him.
He's so cute.
His name is Bean.
He's so tiny. He's so small.
Audie.
Yes?
I don't know why I'm not addressing. Crazy! How do you feel about animals?
Squints.
Do you know
Heads.
what a Magdavis is?
Yes. Are they gonna kick me again? I was comatose for half a day.
They won't kick you unless you give him a reason to. In other words, just don't hit him.
Why would I hit him?
Exactly.
It was just an asshole.
Can I show him? She looks at Artie.
Show him what?
Bonkers.
Yeah.
Come on.
I mean, he might try and, give Bonker something to amplify what he does.
Don't call me out like this.
She'll kind of like gesture for him to follow. Come on. He likes new people. She like leads Crazy out to the stable where Bonker is. Hello, Elle! Sorry, I looked over once, there was no cat. I looked over a second later, there's now a cat.
Hello, cat.
Staring at me.
Give affection.
That's exactly what she's demanding.
You speak, therefore you must give affection.
You exist, therefore you must give affection. But yes, I will take him to Bonkers.
Okay, yeah. Hold on a second. Walks over. Knock, knock, knock. Fidget! Knock, knock, knock. Fidget! Knock, knock, knock. Fidget! I guess she's not in.
You'll, after a bit, the door opens and just, for dramatic effect, she has her dread helm up, so just two red eyes are staring at him in the darkness.
Looks back over to you.
Sitting in the dock.
That's bad for your eyes.
You needed me, Crazy?
Don't you already need glasses from like behind Crazy?
She needs glasses? Oh my goodness, that makes so much sense.
Fidget will move out into the light and lower her helm so he can see the purple lens glasses she's been wearing this entire time. Are you the one blind, Crazy?
I didn't see it. You had Dreadhelm face on.
You've wearing these the
also
entire
been
time.
seeing me since I got to Wave Break, and I've had them the entire time.
Look, you've had them this entire time, but I've also been worried about making sure your ass doesn't die. I mean, your ass is
Artemis
alive.
will kind of make a little bit of a tap to her temple and just make a dish of, yeah, he's a little bit blind.
You know. But you needed me for something crazy. I was in the working on, and as she's waving her hand around, you guys see just the remnants of red sparks on her fingers.
Yeah.
Oh, can I see any threads?
Very different reaction.
Oh, did you hear what they were saying?
Say that one more time. I was trying not to break down into giggles.
Do I
So-
see any threads?
Any threads?
A
Off
fidget's
of the
magic,
sparks.
since there's a little bit of a...
Faintly. Very faintly. You're not sure if they're coming from the magic items, because they did just turn off. Roll an Arcana check.
What gave you the giggles? That's what I want to know.
All of you. What? I'm sorry. Were
Fidget
you
and
not
her
being
glasses
funny? That,
thing.
yeah. Because it's like Dreadhelm, darkness, glowing red eyes, removes it, purple framed glasses. They'll never expect it.
21.
It's Superman. Oh no, it's Clark Kent.
Oh man,
My man.
I'm so sorry. I didn't realize it was you, Clark. 21. There is a residual magic that does appear to, from the threads, come from Fidget's hands. Something that definitely is not a magical item. Something new.
Artemis is gonna look curious, but she's not gonna ask in front of the other two.
Of course.
I mean, Serenity with zero hesitation went fire and pointed at her hand, so...
There was no fire there.
Fidget will
Was there?
Fidget will look down at her fingers, and again, just the residual sparking
Oh,
that was
yeah.
happening from the Eldritch Blast, and
Yep.
kind of go, look. She knows that Serenity and Artemis know what's going on with her a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
She'll look up at Crazy. Her eyes are gonna get wide behind the lenses of her glasses before her hands go behind her back in her cloak.
You see him squint and go, "What was that?" Grabs his goggles, pulls them down, looks at you. What'd I miss? Looks back over. Did I miss something?
What you're missing is the Magdavas.
What you're missing is your eyesight.
Pushes the
You
goggles
were-
up. Ooh!
You
Right.
were
Yeah.
calling me for something crazy.
Yes! No. Was I? Yes!
Yeah.
Yes,
Knocked
you
on
were.
my door.
I mean, I missed you too, but like... just 'cause
I
you're
won't
like,
do it again.
Nah, I can't promise that.
It's crazy. He's going to do it probably in an hour when he forgets he talked to me.
Look, I get lonely sometimes, but that's not why I knocked on your door. One of the scribes wanted to talk to you.
Oh,
We're going to go talk to the scribes after we go find the Magnavis because Artemis might just make a gesture over to Serenity.
Oh, Serenity showing off her furry babies. Okay.
First of all, he's got feathers. But second of all,
Tell me I'm wrong. They're your babies. And Fidget just starts walking.
he starts walking after her.
Because of the residual on her fingers, and over last week we watched that show where we went one of the characters, we saw the cloak and went Fidget.
Yeah.
while she's walking, her cloak is different. The edges of her cloak are smoke. There is nothing like solid about her cloak as she moves.
Gormagala bullshit!
Kinda.
No, have you guys seen Good Omens?
I have not. I keep having people tell me to watch it, but it doesn't really look like my cup of tea.
They actually have the Four Horsemen and Death.
Has a
When
very
he
cool
moves,
cloak.
his cloak just it's smoke and moves around him.
Ah.
And we saw that and went Fidget. So
Yes. All of us at the same time.
How many
So-
of you were there?
At least
my
4.
4 of us plus a
All
cat.
in,
And a cat, of course.
all in
cats get a
sync,
cat,
including the cat?
including the cat.
The cat.
Cat didn't understand why
Alright.
he was agreeing to, but he said it.
Well,
But
well
yeah.
Dracula knows what he's about. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
But yeah, so that's Fidget's new thing is she's got her cloak is smoke.
Yep.
Thank
And-
you for that, Paris.
It looks really cool.
I'm gonna while we walk, I'll see if I can find a GIF so they can see.
I'm trying so desperately.
No worries. While you're getting that, you guys go. You do see Bunkers. Bunkers is so happy to see you. He bonks you on the head at least twice.
Baby! Ow!
Bunk. Mm.
We have someone new for you to meet.
Turns and looks at Crazy, like, waves. Like, I don't know what I'm doing here. Hold on a second. Reaches up, grabs his goggles, slowly pulls them down. They're beautiful and terrifying.
Perfectly friendly, just hold out your hands.
I need to roll a wisdom save.
Oh no!
He's hesitant and he doesn't hold it out. He just kind of looks at you like, I mean, I'm seeing them. They're very pretty. Maybe I should take my goggles off. Pushes them up. Still pretty. Ah,
Close your eyes.
this
Just trust
isn't
me.
gonna help. I know it's
Just-
here.
Just trust me.
No.
Can you do that?
Artemis kind of looks at his goggles and looks at him. What do those goggles help you see?
Stuff when it's up close to my face.
Are you scared of birds?
I like being inside.
It's very a fair answer.
Let's leave it at that. I like being inside.
Bonkers is friendly. I promise.
Cerny's holding her hand out to Crazy.
Make persuasion check, Artemis.
Okay.
Can I assist?
Let her roll. 22. See?
22.
That's a perception.
That's perception.
Oh, my bad.
What's your modifier?
Persuasion.
What's your modifier for
It's
persuasion?
+5.
Plus 5.
So
So
that'd be
16.
a 16.
He
Still good.
he will hold out his hand to Serenity and close his eyes like, eh.
Cerny will take his hand and very gently put it to Bonkers' like neck while keeping Bonkers still.
Bonkers does not want to be still. Bonkers is tippy tapping. So he
I said chill, not still.
yeah, oh yeah, he's tippy tapping, and he gets a little like when the hand brushes against the feathers, and he like gives little scritches. He's like, not too bad. Still a little terrified. Still very terrified.
She'll kind of like lead their hand to make it. You know, like the if you rub a horse's neck, the up and down motion that you're supposed to do, essentially. She's leading them to do that, and then once it's like, okay, he understands what he needs to do, she'll let go.
And he
Just easy and stay calm.
he does it like 3 times, and then he slowly pulls his hand back, takes a step back, opens his eyes. Okay, I'm glad I met Bunkers. I'd like to take you to the scribe now, please. And thank you.
You did wonderfully.
Thank you.
I'll see you later, Bonkers, okay? Be good. Disable hand.
Bunkers gives you the most, I am a troublemaker and I will behave as such, Mom, kind of look.
If I find out you cause trouble, you don't get any of the special seats that I feed you.
Open mouth, just like tippy tapping, like, oh no, I want those.
She'll pull out a bag. It's just like sunflower seeds, dude.
Oh yeah, no, but they're his favorite.
She'll pull out a bag, pull out like 3 of them. Incentive.
Like squats very slightly, like watching, like, you know, like those owls where they stare at you and their eyes just dilate.
Yes.
That.
She'll hold her hand out. Incentive.
Very,
you get more if you behave.
very gently takes him away.
Good boy. Alright. Come on.
Bunker starts to follow you, realizes
No. Stay. You 3, come on. She wants the humans.
Humans.
Humanoids. Humanoids.
I was gonna say, so just Fidget starts walking with her.
The 2 half elves look at each other like, are you supposed to, no, yeah, no, okay, we're coming.
Technically, y'all are half human.
So, you guys,
I don't know that.
you guys head into...
You
All
don't-
I know is the elf half of my family. I gave him free reign on the other half.
Oh, don't
I don't
worry,
know why,
it's
I
out
just
there.
imagine fucking Kendall going, you have no proof, and diving out the window.
There's no human in me, dives out window, gets caught by something. Oh no, my human half.
Yeah, I'm gonna blame the human half for all my deficits, but I'm not gonna say that I am actually human.
Fair.
Oh no,
Fair.
oh no, humanity.
My only weakness.
But
Oh, that's a deficit.
Don't let fucking
Yeah.
Artemis near a bonfire.
Shut the fuck up, Dark Souls player.
I'll make it worse.
You guys head to a part of Von Sterling's new area. You're not sure if this is his estate, if he's borrowed it from someone, or if he's just acquired it rapidly and just kind of sunk his fingers in over the last couple days while you were also doing other stuff.
The way you said acquired instantly makes me think that this was not through legal means.
Oh, pshaw.
Sterling has his ways.
But with the way everything feels set up, you would say that he's probably had this place for longer than everything
For
was
3
going on.
days.
But it feels like people are moving stuff back in, which, with how he had brought people along to get out of, Corvin, it's probably that he's just resetting up things rather than setting up something new. Which it's the most innocent of things to have a little area with a scroll on it. But for those who know the signs, they know what is inside. And Crazy opens the door and says, "Hello, I brought people who have questions. Please don't hit me." And you just see one of the people like holding up a book, like ready to throw it at Crazy, and then see the rest of you like, "Oh, hi." Looks at Crazy. "Are you here to ask questions again?" Kind of looks around slowly. "Maybe. Don't
He's
hit
the
me."
one who told me that somebody wanted to talk to me.
"Oh, yes. We were told that you would know the name Beth."
Yes.
Come on in. Come in, please.
Okay.
Many ladies. Welcome, sisters. Kind of.
Hello.
She has a very clerical look to her, but in a way that has much alterations to it that says that she probably operates more as a collective member of whatever order she's part of. Anyone who wants to roll a religion check.
Religion?
Yes,
Okay. give
of
me
the
a
3 of
sec.
you.
Okie
Yeah,
dokie. I have a +8.
Yay.
I have a +0, but I'm gonna roll anyways.
Hell yeah.
Wait, what am I rolling?
Religion.
27.
12.
I'm proficient!
I did better than the one proficient!
Artemis, you recognize the scrolling and outlinings of the god Keish. I will type that out, don't worry. Do you not remember? Yeah. Girl, forgetting your proficiencies?
You need to step up your game, honey.
Keish is also referred to by the less a title and more, well, it's a title. Let me capitalize this bit because I like those in capitals. They are known as who knows and learns. They are god of knowledge, understanding, and the unknown, and generally known as the scholar deity. That's what you know.
Nice.
But you guys had stuff to talk to them about.
Yes, over this way. Beth is waiting in the back.
Oh, she's here.
She's here. Yes, that's why she wanted to speak to you.
Oh, and Fidget will turn to Serenity, Artemis, and Crazy and go, I'll be in the back. Trust me, the scribes are good people. And she'll go find Beth.
Okay. We'll take care of you two first real quick.
And Artemis will go find a scribe to talk to about something that I forgot. What does she need to talk to them about?
You were
Word
asking...
has a ring from Von Sterling about her family.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's right, about the Liodins. Yeah, she's gonna find a scribe about that, and she's kind of got the ring between her fingers. She kind of looks around. I need to talk to someone about a Danziel family.
Which one? You see one of the
Liodins.
one of the people kind of rubbing their fingers together, looking forward. One moment. They take a it looks like they've just got a rock. They just huck it upstairs, and you just hear this after a moment, just this thunk. Ow! See someone poke their head up. Yeah. Liodins, you're needed for your expertise. And they're like, oh, me? Look down at you. Look over. Oh, all right. See the person come down the stairs, kind of brush themselves off. They're wearing not clerical robes, just almost wizardly sort of robes. Just kind of tuck their fingers into their belt and look at you. How can I be of assistance?
She kind of holds up the ring. I need to ask you some questions about the Liodins.
What sort of questions do you have?
What do you know about them?
Well, rather high and official sort, if I recall correctly. Noble, of course. Founded a couple of orphanages and guilds, a number of places, really. The eldest is one who didn't enter with her kin, full elf woman. I do not remember her name. It'll come to me, I'm sure. As well as Beluar Laden. Nice young man. Heard about him through the clerical trees. Apparently he's what's the word? An arm for those who work there. Paladin. You know how it is. We do love our sheep, but he's very wily, and I'm starting to think that his mother is catching on that he might not be as on board with everything she's doing, or that he is catching on to the guild's purposes. I'm certain you are already intimately aware of such things, yes?
Yes. Who is his mother?
He pauses and he looks at the ring that you're kind of fiddling with and just kind of sighs after a moment. Aileneth. Aileneth? Ailenethi. Ailenthai.
Wait, what are we talking?
I hate elven names. He says this in
Kendall
character.
had the Kendall gave Comp something hard to pronounce.
And I'm using it as it's Ailenthai, yes?
I'm guessing.
Ailenthai.
Holy fuck. Elinthi.
Ailenthi, yes.
I'm just going by Welsh/French pronunciation at this point.
Artemis and Lad. Alright. I didn't know I had a brother.
Oh, that's your brother? Write that down. And you see one of the other people like lean forward, like, yeah, all right. They write it down. Your name?
Artemis.
Artemis. Write that down. Artemis. Don't worry. It's nothing we would share to them. Just something we want to add. We don't know these things. We want to... Well, we don't want it to be lost to time, as the Forgotten Age is filled with mysteries and wonders, and apparently no one wrote anything down.
Oh, I wasn't. Oh, I'm a bastard. They wouldn't have written my name down.
And all the more reason for your name to be written down as a way of reminding them that a bastard child is still a child and should be nurtured and loved regardless of their parentage. Though,
So,
understandably...
This kind of nobility that they are.
Yes.
What kind? I know they're nobles. I know they're of some sort of importance. I couldn't get much research from where I was outside of... I could scrounge out the names, and that's about as far as I could get.
They sit on the council. They make big decisions in Danziel. Not all of them, obviously, but they do voice enough to be problematic at times and horrific at others. Though that might just be more her mother's tutelage than anything else.
There's a confused little head tilt.
Well, each council member has their own council, someone who is their elder to guide them, and kind of glances around like it's conspiratorial before leaning in. Again, looking at the ring and kind of being like, okay, she's paying for this. Do you know the name Namis Lydend?
Does she?
Roll a history check with advantage.
Like Kendall knows.
Kendall
'cause
knows.
She wrote the backstory.
Yes, that's why I said roll with advantage. Yes.
23.
Namis Lydend was seen not directly in the chair of power, but always by the side of someone. Some said that she was a wise woman who people would ask her to whisper in their ear to grant them intellect they sorely lacked, to make even fools kings. That where she went, there was generally a great rise of everything. Everything was better when she was around. And everything was worse when she left. People weren't sure if that was because she was a good luck charm, that she was a good omen, or if her coming meant that bad things were to come. One of the reasons why you knew about this is because she was the one who founded the orphanage. Her name was on that, and so she would occasionally check on people there. Never talked to the children, really. But she was seen by the children, let's just say.
Artemis would nod slowly. Yes, I've heard of her.
Yes, well, she would sit at her daughter's arm during meetings, and many people are curious as to whether or not she makes her own choices or if her mother is actually making every choice. It's one of those is it the king or his council arguments. No one knows, and we may never actually know because, well, we are not fools to stick around in Donziel long enough to find out or to get that kind of dangerously close. They live long enough, they would eventually catch on to various machinations. I imagine you understand.
I see. I spoke to an elf when we were in the Feywild. Apparently, they were surprised that the name survived.
Many of her kin were sundered by dragons, as the story goes, and that only the weave as she'd been taught it protected her. But she couldn't save anyone else, which led her to reaching out to others of her kin to establishing the council. She's one of the reasons why Donziel holds the border with Cormundum rather than having Cormundum just absorb it, really.
Artemis will nod again. Alright.
Any other questions or specific thoughts?
What kind of paladin is he? Beloar.
That's the strange part. People aren't certain what oath he took. Well, most people.
Are you most people?
No, wouldn't say I'm most people. Kind of glances around. Reportedly, he's not taking kindly to other investments his kin have had, and has become a self-righteous watcher, if you catch my meaning. You may not, I understand, but Paris, you would have heard such things before.
Is it what I think it is?
What do you think it is?
Is it an oathbreaker?
Roll a religion check at advantage.
Artemis is just like wringing her hands a little bit, like just occasionally twisting her fingers and fiddling with the ring. Because him being a paladin makes her very nervous.
Yes.
She's got like some some memory pains that are like running along her shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Rennie like offers her hand just in case Artemis might want to grip something
of course,
that isn't her own flesh.
Serenity. 3 words gently flash in your mind. Vigilance, loyalty, discipline. They are not tied to your order, and considering a Victus, you now know why. But those match with one word he said, a word he emphasized. Oath of the Watchers.
Yep.
Ones who try to protect the material planes from otherworldly threats.
So, without any fucking thought process and zero tact, she immediately goes, he's in the same order as Aurelius was.
Oh, really? Write that down.
Very quietly, Celestial, shit!
You're around people that'll write everything you say down.
They lean forward and in Celestial say, "Bless you."
Artemis will nod and then flush a little bit before she asks her next question. This may be an odd question. It may seem more like I'm asking for a sort of gossip. But Aelinthi, did you happen to hear about any of her lovers?
That might be harder.
I know it may be unreasonable, but I've never known who fathered me, so to speak.
To be fair, gossip travels quicker than facts, so they might actually have something.
Yes, but they are a noble family. They tend to either snuff out rumors or make a lot of them so that they drown out each other.
Well, if there's a lot, you have option. It's a very weak shrug of just like, I am trying to find a little bit of optimism. Because there's not a lot here.
You know, kind of points to one of the people's like, get me D62.
D6.
They kind of pause like, 62? Yeah. Go. And they kind of like, all right. They go slowly still. 'Cause like, I'm not gonna be rushed, but they go over and they go to a certain area. They go over and they're like, nope, it's in the back. I'll be right back. Kind of like he's tapping his fingers rapidly. Before eventually they come out and they're like, 62, a specific page? They're like, yeah. Kind of like...
Would it help to know how long ago it may have been?
Certainly, yes.
I am 87. So...
Give me the book. Take it.
Serenity's eyes fucking flick to you for a quick second before she starts looking for it again.
Flick through.
She knew you were older, she just didn't know the number.
The book, by the way, is very interesting. As they're flicking through, they take like a page and they pull on the bottom and it just extends bigger the page. Like extends outwards like...
Elongate.
Pushes it back in. Pulls it out long ways. Nope. Flips more pages. Pulls it out. Seen leaving the...
I would be confused if I'd read a certain part of it. Just idly saying this.
In the presence of Zorro. Yeah, that would be it. The most likely candidate, at the very least. A man who, for a time, stood at her side as a temporary guardian before taking leave after a period of 7 years.
Artemis will lean in curiously.
It was a gentleman, no last name that I see here. I can look into that later. Went by the name of Zorro.
Peace, love child, are you?
Hmm?
That was out of character.
Who said it was One Piece, man? It could be like the swashbuckler.
Yeah,
Like
why
the
are
old
you
school
jumping
swashbuckler.
straight to that, Paris?
What kind of
Paris?
nobility rogue love child are you? That better?
it has a specific meaning. It means dawn. Golden dawn, really. Or daybreak.
Is there anything else you have about him?
There was one other thing. Flips a few pages. There was a skirmish at the border between Danziel and Cormundum, and records state time of death.
I see.
Flips a few pages. And then he was seen again 13 years later.
That's about what I
Artemis will
expected.
actually start giggling. It runs in the family then.
Sorry, North.
They gave a time of death, and then he was seen later traveling across Cormundum. Looked like he was heading north. Not sure where he went after that. That was where he was last seen.
I see.
How long ago was that?
Considering his death was supposed to be about 20-some years ago, probably about 8 to 13 years ago.
What race was he?
Looks through it, pauses, flips back a few pages, flips back, flips back, flips back, flips back, flips back.
This is there's no way!
Well,
Isn't it?
It's distinctly human. Or for the first bits, but when he was seen later, they said it was him. They said they did a check to ensure this information only he should have been able to know. But they state that they were speaking with a man named Zorro, who was a Minotaur? That can't be right. Flips back.
Pretty's neck pops with how quick she moves back. Beg pardon?
That's what I would like to know. This was not come up to me. Thank you for bringing this up. This now has my full attention. I will be back with you later. Kind of slides off.
I gotta go figure this out. Hold on.
Artemis will quickly give them the ring before they slide off.
Oh yeah, they take it.
Right.
So you're either the product of a Minotaur and an elf, which is interesting and might explain why you were so small, or you're the product of a human and an elf, and he's very weird.
Or cursed.
Do I know what changeling is, Don?
I'd say roll a nature check. Not at advantage.
I wouldn't hope so.
Can I roll that too?
You may.
Yeah, that's right. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna use my inspiration on this. Why the fuck not?
Proud of yourself.
Yes, it's beautiful.
I'm going to roll. Do I need to roll higher to know more about it? Because I'll
yes.
use mine too.
Yes, you
Roll
would need to roll
a
higher than a 10.
Please roll a 12. I want it to go by 2.
God damn it!
Both of you are looking at each other, just completely, just not
Dumbfounded.
comprehending what is going on.
Maybe he has something that's like what Midnight has? Change form?
Perhaps.
Disguise. That is something you've seen that would pique your minds. That is a possibility, but without meeting him and finding out for yourselves, that would be, well, guesswork.
It would be a somewhat cute idea if he was a Minotaur.
Don't worry, Zark, I
I
haven't
don't
forgotten.
actually believe that I am part Minotaur, believe it or not.
I mean, I don't know. You're rather headstrong.
That just gets her a look.
He smiles. It's very cheeky.
I suppose if we're ever able to find him, Cormundum is very large.
Can't have too many Minotaurs that go by the name of Zorro.
Who knows?
It is a shrub.
And Artemis will go find Crazy, because he's probably bothering someone.
He's
I
definitely
need to
bothering someone.
I need to do a little bit of research myself here, actually, if they'd let me. Well, ask a question. Excuse me, Miss. Oh my god, what's the scribe's name?
You didn't ask, madam.
What's your name, ma'am?
No.
What can I address
You
you
start
as?
calling her
Madam.
Madam, does anyone here know about devils?
Are you looking to offer, or are you looking to obtain?
Beg pardon?
Are you looking
Both.
to give or to take?
The actual devil or the information?
The information. We wouldn't be able to take a devil. That would be unethical and
Oh,
unsanitary.
Victus in the back of her head going, "No, don't you dare!"
Him just like, you couldn't get rid of me.
Could you?
No, there's no could you. Just you couldn't get rid of me. I'm confident in this. You
I
love
wish to
me.
obtain information. I'm about to grab some holy water and drink it.
Don't do that. That's silver. But if you're looking to offer and to obtain, we have some who might be able to discuss small things, but only depending upon what you can give in return.
Ones who might identify devils by name.
That might be useful. Down that row. They basically send you to a little study area to sit down. I'm not going to go over all the intricate details of that here, but you effectively can discuss a few things. I imagine you're looking for details on Evictus.
Yup.
Evictus like, how dare you not just ask me? However, I want to see what they can dredge up.
Every time I ask you, you say that I'm either not strong enough or you don't want to tell me. So, I need to find other means.
Well, you're not strong enough, and I'm not going to tell you.
Exactly, so this is the other means. Deal with it.
Ah, I love this big dice ball. Pedisu,
Hit yourself
Yes.
it's very
You
hard.
immediately choose violence!
And I immediately hit myself with it. It's fine. It's like a cue ball right to the head. I didn't hit myself hard. Don't worry. High,
with it. Do it again.
low,
No!
even, or odd.
Ah. Even.
This ball has chosen violence.
Why do you say these things?
Because you deserve it.
No, because it landed on something. I turned it to try and see. I let go and immediately started rolling again. Luckily, I saw the number it was on. Okay, I'll get back to you. Okay.
Oh no,
I'll
okay.
get back to you. Fidget.
Yes.
You go in, and Beth is there.
I was kind of blink a few times going, I didn't know that you were gonna stay until after the trial.
It is after the trial.
It is. And I'm still here, so you know.
So you know.
Can I help you?
No. She reaches into a bag and pulls out something, sets it on the table, and slides it gently across. But I think I can help you.
If it's something I'm supposed to read, you're gonna have to help me.
It's a rock, dear. Read the rock or read the room. She smiles gently. Take a seat.
She'll take a seat and just kind of... It's obvious she wasn't doing anything but
Yeah.
joking at this point.
Of course. And you look at it, and it's like a little kind of talisman. It almost looks like a stone carved pen with various different engravings on it.
She'll pick it up.
You gave me a great deal of information, and coming in, I was not allowed to participate, but I was allowed to watch. Your Von Sterling, I was able to hitch a ride with on my way here. Good man. Very swift, we'll say.
So people have told me who've known him longer, but he's a good man.
He is. And you are good as well. So I wanted to give you something that might be helpful to you, particularly in getting to places marked by collective.
She'll kind of look over the rock and arch a brow.
She moves over and she gently takes it in your hand, puts a finger like where the needle of the the pen part would be, pushes down, and it pushes in and it flowers out. You hear a faint click. Nothing seems to happen, but she kind of smiles and it twists ever so slightly as she leans back. That is an old druidic artifact we have found. In most major cities, we've realized that there is a commonality to many of them, and you'll usually find a collective group somewhere around a certain group of trees.
Trees. Hi.
That is a blossom walk. If you find the sigil that marks it, you can attune it to this blossom walk. And you can travel to any of the groves you've attuned it to. One of them is in Cameral's monastery group. So it may be.
That area. That's why she was. Oh, okay.
I was there because of that.
I'm
yes.
understanding. I'm understanding.
Good. You catch on quickly. I was there to voice concern that people wanted it to be cut down. It's not just a sacred relic. It is a point of interest for me and you. It is connected to a few other places. Landfall, the Colossi Walk, High Watch, Amber, Dragonsby. I recall you saying that you had need to go there at some point.
It's actually where I believe we're going next.
Then you have time here as needed. It's already attuned to Wavebreak. But I did not pay you back adequately. And for that I wish to apologize. As a scribe, that is incredibly demeaning of my status, and you deserved better.
To be fair, I wasn't fully aware of the information I was giving you.
No, your awareness is not the point. The information you give is the point. That is what it means to be a scribe. To recognize value of information.
I'm learning now that we've got a scribe on the team too.
Of course.
Who happens to be a druid, so this will be very interesting.
I'm sure he'll find this to be quite enlightening then. But I wanted to bring this, offer my apology for not being swifter.
Well, and she'll sit up and for the first time looking the part that she has been promoted to, and a genuine smile spreads across her face. Beth, all debts between us have been paid.
She perks up and gives a nod of acknowledgement. Very well. If you'd like, I can invite you to tea later. Unless you're not a fan of such things.
I promise not to have an emotional breakdown this time.
Oh, pshaw. Such things happen sometimes, and they give quite enlightening views into people.
Oh, I'm finding out more and more, and I might be needing your help on some things that our scribe won't be able to do, and you and I have a repertoire.
We'll
back
talk.
and forth.
Yes, of course.
So yes. But as for now, with the information that I gave you, your debts are paid.
Gives another nod.
Are you staying with Von Sterling for long, or are you gonna go back to Cameral's?
I have my own Blossom Walk. I'll be able to travel back whenever, and he's aware that I will leave on occasion, and that if he needs to contact me, he can. The last I heard, someone attempted to break down his gate, succeeded in breaking down the gate, and then realized why that was protecting them, not those inside.
Yeah, the collective wasn't stupid enough to try again, were they?
No, not them, thankfully enough. No, it was some of those looking to expand the city and finally make things in iron. And, well,
that fucker.
yes,
Okay.
well,
Yeah, we'll see how long that lasts. Before Cameral stops being nice.
oh, he's becoming quite less nice, if I'm being quite honest. Last I heard, he
Good.
was not considering. He was offered a duel by one among nobility, and he said, the next time you send it, please have 3 friends sign as well, so that I can make it a fair fight.
So the boy does have brains on him. Good.
He's always had brains. He's just also
He's-
had ambition.
Eh. He's realizing he's meant for more, is what I mean.
Perhaps he'll join us. Perhaps not. Time will
If he
tell.
doesn't, it sounds like he's under the proper protections.
Of course. We're keeping
Not
our
that he
eye
ever
on
needs
his...
it.
Yes, we're keeping an eye on his success. We're not imagining that he will be, well, having much difficulty.
Oh no, not at all.
Certainly not.
But I'll be around here whenever you're ready to have that tea.
Very well. Gives a little nod and picks up a book and starts gently reading it.
And she'll head on out.
All right.
Going to find Velinor, actually.
All right. Quick pause real quick. Aurelius, are you doing anything fun? You having a good time?
You're on a
Are
date.
you on a date?
And
Is
yeah,
that-
that was the last time I pushed someone off a cliff.
No kidding. Man, this is real good.
Mm.
Honestly, you should throw more people off cliffs. When they hit the ground, you never know if they live or die. So if they come back, it's like having a heart attack, but it's something you'll live through. Oh man, that's good.
Well, I mean, sometimes you know if they're gonna live or die. Earlier, like, I want to say it was day 1 or 2, I held a guy over the edge, and, like, I could tell that he'd survive if I dropped him in a, like, specific area where crates were, because it'd break the fall, but it'd also leave a lot of, like, splinters in them and make it painful for them to get up. So I just dropped him there.
That's so mean. Oh man.
To be fair, in that moment, I was not in my best state of mind.
Oh, Pshaw, you were just in a state of mind. Just darker, more... Actually, no, that's about your state of mind. Like, just hop to the left. Or right. Do you have a preferred side for where your darkness lies? Left, right, up, down, in, out?
I don't
You gotta envision
think about
your
where it
darkness.
is.
If you don't envision your darkness, how can you tell people, I'm seething with darkness? It's inside me, boiling over. Or like, my darkness leans over my shoulder. My left one specifically.
I fucking hate both of you.
Lean left, lean back.
I'm not sorry.
My
I regret not a
darkness,
damn thing.
my darkness crawls across the ceiling.
It just scuttles away.
Skittles away.
sometimes.
I consider my darkness as a part of my soul.
So inside of you. See? Was that so hard? You figured it out in like, what, 10 seconds?
But it's not a bad thing.
I didn't say it was a
Per se.
bad thing. When did I say it was a bad thing?
You see, Aurelius takes a moment to realize that he's not justifying it to her. He's justifying it to himself. And in that moment, he kind of just looks down and keeps eating.
So I knew this one guy. Oh. One of those, like, really angry people. Like Serenity. Really cool, like Serenity. Oh, and Tank. Actually, no, more like Tank. Because, actually, no, they're both really smart. They're all... Why do I keep meeting smart barbarians? Anyway, he got on top of a building and had this guy with him, and he jumped off of it. Like, it was, like, off a cliff. And apparently, he landed, crushed the guy under his feet. Didn't have a scratch on him. He said he was soaring on wings of eagles, but that he still had enough grace to break the man. Whatever the fuck that means.
Huh. I wonder how they landed. Because sometimes the way you land determines whether or not anything breaks or gets scratches.
Based off the way that it sounded like he landed knee into chest, pushing his rib out of himself.
Fuck, man.
It was brutal.
I ever tell you about the time I ripped out the heart of a demon?
I think you mentioned that 3 stories ago? Or was that the one that where you ripped out... No, that's the one where you cut out its... innards? No, you cut off its head. That was what it was.
Yeah, head gone.
Head gone.
And then I used the horns as makeshift weapons.
They didn't last long, did they? I mean, otherwise
No,
you're
they
still
didn't.
using them.
Yeah, I mean, it.
Are you saying you're a
Day
bad
in the abyss.
craftsman? Aurelius. Did you not feel that you crafted those horns to look like good enough weapons?
To look like good enough weapons.
Yeah.
In the moment, it wasn't a matter of how it looked.
Okay, but if you had like a little bit of downtime, I'm sure you could have made it look better. Like, come on.
Yeah,
Really?
it's hard to find downtime when you're being attacked on all fronts. But yeah,
I mean,
yeah, probably.
that happens to a lot of people. Like, oh fuck, who would I even use? Warlocks. They have the clergy on them. They have paladins on them. They have people who think that they need to tell the clergy on them. It's so much just, woo! It's a lot. I empathize with them, really. Understandably though, can't have that and whatnot. The worship the ancients, whatnot, or does it make deals? Oh man, I am really bad on that lore.
From what I recall, it is something to do with deals with a being kind of beyond yourself.
Beyond
actually, it's
the
not too far off.
gods.
I suppose, yeah, it's not too far from what and they won't admit it, but it's not too far off from what paladins and clerics do.
Yeah, but
Just
clerics and
with-
paladins go to the gods. They don't go to other entities. Or do they? I don't know. I'm not a cleric. So hey, how's the soup? It's really good. What they put in this? It's so good.
I think they put in shrimps,
Yeah.
some kind of fish.
Oh man, the lobster's really cheap. It's only like a silver for a whole thing of lobster. You gonna get that next?
I have never had lobster. I might.
So it's like, oh god, what do we call it? It's finger food. You were supposed to viscerally break it apart to get to the meat.
Huh.
They usually keep them in like tanks and whatnot to feed them to make the meat taste a certain way, but it's honestly pretty good. Have you had it dipped? No, you haven't had it. So you have never had it dipped in butter. Oh, it's going to change your life.
I mean, we didn't get much dairy as it was in the north. Most of
You
it was.
didn't have goats?
I was about to say it was mostly goats.
Then how did you not have butter?
I never said it was good butter.
It's goat butter. Goat butter is a good butter.
Goat butter's overwhelmingly mid.
You see a person stand up like they're about to fight, and you just see a woman grab his arm and just slowly drag him down. It's like, honey, we don't need this argument again. Overwhelmingly mid. You sucker from the teeth of a cow.
Yes.
Directly
I do
from the
prefer
teeth.
cows.
I mean, to be fair, there's just a different taste of the texture of it, so I don't blame
Yeah.
you. It's just texture, you know. There is a bit of flavor to it. So have you had it sprinkled with salt, though? Wiggles her eyebrows. I bet that'll change your mind.
I'm pretty sure we exclusively had it with salt.
But then how are you having so little good taste? Actually, no, you're on a date with me. Never mind, that explains everything.
What do you mean? You are good taste.
I am bad taste. I lay in the ground
Sure about that?
I lay in the ground and I make dirt angels. I like to slash at people. I'm generally a hired mercenary, and I set things on fire when I'm bored. I haven't set anything on fire yet because you're just entertaining enough not to be boring. Congratulations.
Wow. Thanks.
You're welcome. Sir, can we get an order? Two lobsters, please. Oh man, you're gonna love it. Yeah. I'll see if they have any cow's milk, but butter. You know what I meant. Actually, I could use.
You insult me.
What do you mean I insult you? What do you want?
You're like, cow's milk. It's like, I don't mind. I'm happy to eat anything you put in front of me, to be honest.
What do you want? Sheep's milk?
I've eaten bugs before. It's like, shit's necessary sometimes.
I'm not saying it's necessary, but you have a moment to lay back and enjoy yourself. To have a meal with a kitten. But come on, relax. Be like, oh man, I gotta keep this postulation.
Man, I thought my self-esteem is bad. You're not a cretin, damn it.
See, that's how you people. And you said you're bad at it. I think you're lying. I think you just did it so you could get a date with me. You lied to me? Scandalous.
Whatever helps you sleep at night, hon.
You.
Oh.
Maybe not tonight. Tonight might be a little bit forward, unless.
Yeah. Whatever you want to do,
Fidget
I am not
somewhere
opposed
is
to it.
trying so hard not to laugh right now.
And doesn't know why. Whatever I want? Let's finish dinner.
way too
We'll,
tired to argue
we'll
right
see
now.
what happens. We should probably go and talk to your friends first. Make sure they don't think that you're abandoning them. Make them think that you're staying with little old me. I'm not stealing you away from them. But I want... Kind of licks her lips a little bit. To have my meal first. At the very least.
That's fair enough.
She's going to eat him alive.
Sip him up like soup.
Let us salute for the fallen.
He's about to get cremated.
Yes. Good. We'll hop back over because I imagine you were going to continue your meal as you're just like small bit of sweat.
What have I
just, like,
done?
wiping your brow, like, where did this come from? Why am I suddenly having a nervousness and fear? Is this socializing? Ugh.
This man sets himself up for the best shit, and it just...
It's great.
Look, I know what I'm doing. Aurelius has no fucking clue.
That's what makes it fucking funny!
Of course. Back at the group, Fidget went to go talk to Velinor. Gonna hop to that first.
She did.
Because Paris, your stuff is going to be fun. We'll get to that in a moment. Don't worry.
Oh dear.
So you went to go talk to Velinor. He has come back. You ask it for him, and he's, as people kind of point towards one of the large orc gentlemen, who is Velinor.
She'll take a seat across from him and arch a brow. Weren't you with Emba?
They had a date.
Fucking finally.
I know, right?
Oh my.
I considered wild shaping and making sure nothing untoward happened, but considering Aurelius, if anything untoward happened, Ember would have to be about as blunt as grabbing him by the ankles and dragging him into a room.
You know what? I wouldn't put it past her, if I'm being honest.
With how she's built, I'm almost afraid she'd actually be able to do it.
And he'd probably like that, but I don't want to think about Aurelius like that ever again. So I'm going to change the subject.
Of course, of course.
Two things, Mr. Scribe. Well, actually, one of them has to do with you being a druid.
Oh?
And she'll pull out the blossom walk that she hasn't pinned to her cloak. She has not pinned yet.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of hold it out to him, going, I was gifted a means of druidic transportation. And hand it over to him so he can inspect it.
Boop. 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 I haven't seen one of these in a couple months. My mentor had one. That's how she got around. She kind of pauses, leans back. No, that makes sense. That's how she got around. Son of a... Yeah, that makes sense.
Get away from it, Valinor.
Well, I don't think she's part of this group.
Oh no, I wasn't saying that. It's
But
just
she had
people
one of
like
these.
us
People
are
like you.
are like a plug.
Hopefully not. That implies a sickness that needs to be not cut out, but medicated. And don't get me wrong,
Aren't you the
everyone.
healer?
Yeah.
She gives him that stare.
Don't call me that. I'm already
Good, you're
enough.
learning.
Yeah, well, I'm enough the paternal figure of you lot as it is.
Which leads me to my
Your next
second question.
Yes.
I have an idea, but I want to clarify about the nickname Shepherd.
What's the idea?
Are we your sheep?
I'd say more wolves than sheep. Kind of glances at you.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna call you out in front of the group, but I kind of caught on.
I figured it was obvious. I wasn't exactly trying to hide it.
I want you to know I appreciate it. I might be the whisper, I might technically be in charge, but you do kind of keep us together. And when we met, I wasn't doing my best, and obviously I still have my issues. But I hope it is obvious in how I've been acting as of late that you might have had some influence on that.
It means a lot. Really.
So if there's anything that you need to help with this group, including me doing some shit so that I can help myself, I'm there. Trust me, I know I'm fucked in the head. I have been since birth. You've met my father. I ain't exactly normal.
He's a strange man, yes. I have perceived that.
Yeah, 18 years of living with that man before just coming and working with the collective and then dating that silver tongue. I have a lot of stuff I gotta work out.
I think dating Silvertongue might be something that we should discuss in private later, just to work through. That feels like a...
Are you suggesting? And she'll lean forward. To be my therapist?
He kind of like leans back slightly. I mean... The entire group needs it.
Oh, I know. But I'm the one here.
No one in the group will... Well, you've come up and asked.
How do I book an appointment? Do I, gotta sign something? You're a scribe now. I don't know how this works.
We'll play it by ear.
It's like I don't even think I can really write my name. So. I mean, my word's good for it. Oh, and she'll kind of sit back up and suddenly look professional, like she did with Beth, looking like a whisper, going, "As a scribe, I need your help."
With?
She'll pull out the papers that Von Sterling gave her and hand them over to him. Can you help me know what these are?
What were they about?
The papers about the Bowman estate.
Ah, yes.
Von Sterling knew I couldn't read, but he knows that I have people that
Friends.
are on my team that I trust. So
Tell you what, I'll hold on to these. And I'll read them with you and use this to help teach you to read.
you do that?
Yes, of course. You've already been having Artemis help you learn how to write your name. Have you been practicing?
I have, and she'll pull out the notebook that Artie had made her, and open to some of the book to show her very shaky handwriting, kind of going, "I'm getting better."
You are, yes. At some point, you should show Artemis. Let her know so she can.
I've
give you
shown her
some
the
tips.
book. She was gonna make me another one because I filled this.
Already? Well.
And she'll go to the very back to show that it's not as shaky, but it's just my letters, and I've been, if I can't sleep, I have the book that reads to me, and I'm trying to match the words with what's on the paper, and
You're getting better. I need you to acknowledge that you're getting better and you're learning. Can you do that?
I haven't had any group really be supportive before, you guys. I mean, to be fair, the group that I used to run with wanted to teach me how to read, but Datez didn't want that, so it was forbidden. That's something I gotta unpack too. I know, therapy later. I know I'm getting better, but I'm frustrated that it's not as fast as I'd like, but I'm working with the tools I have. We've kind of been busy, so I couldn't sit with Audie and remind her about another agenda for me to write in, or see if there's another bookstore that has books like this or something.
I imagine in a city like this, they have a few.
Um,
But to help with this, say it.
I'm getting better.
There you go. And you are. You can see that you're getting better. You can't just brush it off.
Did I ever tell you the original reason why I wanted to learn to write and read?
No.
I mean, some people on the outside would look and see that I'm traveling with Adi and Aurelius and Serenity and see it as I just wanted to keep up with them. But I mean, I made it 30 years without being able to read and write, and I've been able to keep up with them. When we first started traveling together at the very beginning, I had heard news that my parents had been kidnapped, taken in, whatever you want to call it, to this group, and I wanted to learn to read and write, especially after Maxim came back into the picture, to try to get my parents free. I was gonna save every coin I could and save my parents. I mean, I don't need to do that now for my dad. The collective's gonna keep an eye on him while we work on
Finding your mother.
things, and we don't know what my mom is.
Finding her. Like I said,
It's
I've
gonna-
been listening. I promise I
If it-
do pay attention.
You're really good at being quiet in a room, Valinor, which is saying something because you're a big guy.
I am a very
Does
big guy.
being stealthy run in your family? Because sometimes I forget Tank's around too.
We were raised in a loud home. And we learned to be quiet. But we learned that the loudness was not anger. Not always. Sometimes we would have fucked up. Some people are so excited, so happy, they fill a room. Sometimes it's okay to bask in that excitement. You'll learn a lot about people by listening to what they love.
I've probably said it already this time during this conversation, but Valinor, I appreciate you. Legitimately. Not because you were assigned to make sure that Adi and Aurelius and I were okay once we left Camerals. I appreciate you as a genuine friend.
He nods slowly. I'm glad I get to be your friend. All of your friends.
I'm glad I get to call you friend too. Though honestly, you guys are practically family at this point.
Basically family, just adopted by name only. Name and word, and strength of arm if needs be.
You know.
I know. Come here.
But
Come here. You need a hug.
she'll
Come here.
move over and give him a hug.
Gives you a hug.
And probably like disappear in his arms because he's big and she's tiny.
Pass you on the back.
Those
Pause
are
it.
the best kinds of hugs.
Yes.
He gives a legitimate bear hug.
Yes. Nods and kind of eyes flicker past you for a second. I think Artemis is watching and wondering what we're talking about.
Fidget will turn around.
Artemis
and-
noticed they were having a private conversation and promptly started reading something so she didn't eavesdrop.
Of course.
Fidget will walk over to Artemis and silently, while she's doing the reading, hands on shoulders, turn her to Valinor and walk her over.
Artemis will kind of waddle with her, just like, All right, I had a question. I just know that you two are having, it looks like an intense conversation, and I have very keen ears, so if I'm distracted with something, I can't hear you.
It's okay, Adi. Before I go and give you time to talk to Velinor or ask your question or whatever, you know that journal you made me and how I had filled it? I just wanted to remind you that I'm kind of in need of a new one.
Yes, I will work on it.
And
Artemis nods vigorously and gives her a wide smile.
later, if we can go find a bookshop, I want to see if I can find another one like the one that reads to me.
Yes, of course. And, Fidget,
Yes,
good job.
thank you.
Mhm.
Now I'll give you your privacy like you were trying your best to do for me, and you
Oh
can
no,
talk to
mine's not a
Velinor.
private
He's
conversation.
already
It's not.
walking away.
Okay, alright. And so kind of just look over at Velinor.
Motions you
I have
open.
an odd question.
I might have an odd answer. Depends on the question.
Yes, I have found some information about some blood family of mine,
Oh?
and apparently he was my biological father was thought to be human, and he was later found as a minotaur. Do you know anything that could be like that? Because the only thing I could think of is disguised self, but that can be dispelled and seen through fairly
Sorry. So take
easily on
advantage of
some
that.
days.
Okay, good. Kind of thinks about that for a moment. I suppose it depends. There's a few different things. Disguised self would make the image of someone, make it very possible to be hidden away. Did you say a minotaur?
Yes. His name was, is Zoro, I think. Zoro, if he's still actually alive, his name is Zoro.
Zoro. Oh, good name. There is a spell that has, at the very least, the potential chance of such things happening.
What is it?
Do you know what manner of man he was, in terms of whether or not he was a person of magic or like you, or of other nature at all? Anything at
I
all?
am not sure.
The reason I ask is because there's a spell that could cause such things, but that is a spell called reincarnate. But
What's that?
he holds out his hand and he druid crafts an image. Just leaves moving in the wind. He keeps them there for a moment before they take the image of a person. Just like water and sunlight, just a visual. He kind of closes his hands around it, throws it into his other hand, kind of shakes it up for a second before opening his hand, and the form has changed. More, we'll say, a satyr looking image this time. He grabs it again, shakes it again, turns it around, and it's halfling. It's a magic. When one has died, within a number of days, they can be brought back, much as a cleric would, but this doesn't bring them back. as they were, and it doesn't bring them back if they are unwilling. But it also makes a new body for them. It has to have their body from before, but it makes them anew. So one could be a human and become dragonborn. One could be a dwarf and become an elf. One could be a halfling and become a human, so on and so forth.
There was a date of death, and he was seen 13 years later as this Minotaur.
Did you want to have this brought to the rest of the group? Something for them to look into, help you with?
I'm okay with them knowing. It's not... Yeah, I don't expect us to run into him or to find him.
He flicks his hand and a squirrel pops into existence, runs off. You just hear Fidget just suddenly get not assailed by, but just a squirrel just suddenly running up and down you, trying to get your attention.
Are you fucking kidding me, Velenor?
Runs back and has like that motioning.
Fidget comes back down the hall and just glares at Velenor.
He glances back. I could have done a cat. They have claws. Come on in.
He'll take a seat with him.
It's more of, I just want to know what I am.
Does the squirrel go to everyone?
It won't be able to find you in time.
Okay.
It can't save you.
I was just making sure I was understanding what was happening.
It doesn't go to find Serenity, just because it doesn't know where she is. And out of character, she's already been informed.
Alright.
Kind of motions between the two of you.
So, my biological father was human, but he's now a Minotaur.
There's a moment where you watch it process over Fidget's face before frowning just a bit. Wasn't that... You remember at the Colossi walk and the guy that we went running into the ruins after Aurelius and all that stuff, and how he had the horns of a Minotaur and how he talked to you saying, I thought you were one of us? Does that click for you too with all of this?
What's clicking now? Oh!
I have a tendency to find the little things that kind of all of a sudden fall over and make a bigger picture. And
Yeah,
the moment
Artemis
you
didn't
said
say that.
Minotaur-
Artemis just heard her say that and went very pale.
You didn't, it might not be anything. Maybe Fidget does like that sink shrug, like, I fucked up. It might not be anything. I could be grasping at straws here.
No, you're not grasping at straws. You're putting together a piece that might fit against another piece. I just thought that was about the demon worship that Danziel does.
Well, is your dad from Danziel?
I think so. I never knew him.
Were the scribes able to give you this information?
Yes, I wasn't really. We weren't really able to puzzle it out. They realized that their information was not completely connecting, and they had to go and look into it more. Because there was a date of death, and then 13 years later.
13.
Yes. 13 years after the date of death, he was heard from or found, and he was a minotaur.
Heh. Like I said, I could be completely wrong, but that's the first place my mind went when I heard Minotaur.
Oh, I need to go find Aurelius. I have a question for him, too.
He's on a date with Ember.
Is he?
According to
Finally.
Velinor, he was third wheel until he left.
I was basically told they were going to go get food, and I realized Ember was grabbing him. Well, she was hungry.
I don't know if Aurelius is gonna survive.
I'm sure he'll be fine. At least we'll get the pieces back.
I wasn't talking about Ember not doing anything. It was more Serenity and I now realizing that we were right about Aurelius the entire time and not letting him live it down.
Meh,
Meh.
he'll survive.
Oh no, that's fair.
Eh. But yeah.
But if we ever hear about him or
Mhm.
anything,
Keep my ears open.
You go. I
It's-
got your back. No matter what's
Yeah.
going on, Adi.
it's not that important to any survival or anything. I'm just
He's your father.
he's my biological father.
Therefore,
From what I
there's a part of
understand,
him and you. Therefore, if he's a problem, we don't let him hurt you.
I'm not sure if he's a problem.
Exactly. But if he is, he won't hurt you.
Yes, apparently it's the rest of my family that are problems.
Okay. And
No.
what I s-
Apparently my grandmother is a very high-ranking member of the High Elf Council.
oh fuck. Okay.
And
I still
my
stand by
mother.
what I said about they're
Yes,
not going to hurt you.
Mhm.
It
I
might be
don't
the
think-
stupidest thing I've ever said, but
Yes, I don't think you will ever have to meet them. They never fight anyone directly.
Well,
That
let's-
council doesn't.
Well, that sounds like a group of people who, well, how do I put this?
bluntly.
Are soft enough to be served over easy with potatoes, carrots, and a side of cilantro. Just have to put them over
Are
a
you
hot
hungry?
heat.
Did you get food before you came back, Velinor?
No.
Or
Do you want something
Are you
to eat?
hungry?
Would you like something to eat?
Are you
I don't-
hungry?
I am hungry.
I don't think I had anything to eat since the toast.
I think you
Let's
need something to eat. He stands up and just like grabs you both. Come, we're going to go
Ah!
eat. We'll grab Serenity later. We'll just get her pork. A big slab of pork. No. Ham.
I'm sure there's still leftovers from her and Tank's breakfast.
Artemis will
No.
nod, and then she'll look over at Fidget. I found out I have a brother.
Yes. Yes, they do.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
How
He's a
old?
paladin.
Well, fuck. Okay.
He's like Aurelius. He was a watcher.
How old's your brother? Do you know?
I think he's younger than me.
Well,
I'm not
we're
sure,
all
actually.
younger than you.
Well, he's an elf,
Okay, fair.
and
I
I'm
love
not
how I
really
can-
sure.
I love how I could hear the bewilderment for Fidget.
But yeah, I'm not really sure how old he is because I've never actually gotten into. I've never talked to any of my family.
Why is it that when I find out that my little brother is part of the clergy in some way, shape, or form, the next day you found out your brother is part of the clergy one way, shape, or form, and none of that helps calm down the anxiety
Because
of any of that
paladins,
information.
as generally speaking, and Aurelius excluded,
Uh-huh.
Our dirty little rule followers.
Hence why we call them sheep.
They follow orders.
We're still not sure what my little brother is.
Maybe he's a cleric.
All I know is that my little brother made it so my dad couldn't find out the information.
That's unkind.
You've met my father.
I think I ignored him when he was there.
Probably for the best.
I don't think he is worth my time, and I don't think he is worth yours.
Well, see, that's the thing. I've already had to cash in some favors of the collective to keep him safe, because he can't go back to Corvin or he's gonna die, because he was sent here to hunt me down because of my necklace and your book.
What a world we live in, huh? Are you hungry?
Villanelle,
yes.
we're following you to the kitchen.
Yes, good.
We are.
We're moving. You're moving very slow. I understand I'm big. I have very long legs. Follow me.
Do you want me to move slower? Because I can move slower.
He full stops, looks at you, scoops you up, and keeps walking.
He does that, and Fidget clicks her boots together, casts haste on herself, and is ahead of him.
You hear her just muttering about.
Artemis is just wiggling a little bit, like, I was joking. Put me down.
Well, you shouldn't have attempted such things.
Nah. But she's all for getting food.
At which point, I'm going to snap back over to Serenity. Hi.
Paris' turn.
Swear to God, I'm gonna fucking spray you with pepper spray. I made me so uncomfortable.
Couldn't help it. Don't apologize for nothing.
Well,
Hi there, buddy. How you
Hi.
doing?
Hello, Paris.
No, it wasn't
Your
a
turn,
connotation.
Paris.
Y'all are just trying to be creepy. It's the fact that he's the DM in control of my character's well-being, saying that makes me want to go, no.
I don't even feel like you just brought out a crucifix.
Kendall's too baby. Zark is Zark, and Fish and fucking Mary's not even trying.
I'm
Wait,
just me.
wait, I'm Zark?
You're Zark.
You're
yes.
Zark? Oh my god. Wow.
Paris.
Zark is Australian.
Yeah. How did you figure that out?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was the pretty eyes.
I have eyes?
Paris.
Yes.
Oh, this music's good.
You ask specifically about Evictus. And he gives you his, you're not strong enough, you're not ready. And you ignore him.
Really?
They go off and they look. Takes a little bit of time. But eventually one of them comes back. In their hand they have a very thin book. I'm not sure how many pages are in it. And based off the fact that they seem to elongate the pages at will, you're not sure how big it actually is. Sit down across from you and they look at it, and it is locked. They look up to you and ask very solemnly, "Are you certain about looking into this name?"
He nods. Wouldn't have asked you if I wasn't.
They turn the book around. They hold it out to you. And they flip open part of the lock. And the lock has a needle sticking out of it.
Eyebrows kind of furrow.
Press whatever finger you prefer against it.
Press a ring finger against it.
You're healthy, right?
In terms of...
I need you to make a con save. Okay. Cool. You do not resist this. Naming the type of damage, you do not resist this. Being clear. You do take 78 points of necrotic damage. And you are strong enough that it doesn't start to break your finger. You feel the veins in your finger, though, exsanguinate. As the book becomes much more red, much more vibrant, and starts to become thicker after a moment. And in that
She's
time,
probably
you feel
bitten through her lip at this point.
almost certainly extra blood coming from your lip as you've basically just kind of clicked your teeth together. It's like your heart is being pulled through every vein leading to your arm. Your lungs almost feel like they're gasping for air that's just not coming. Like every breath is just not enough.
She is gripping the table, she's gritting her teeth, she's biting her lips, she's doing everything she can to make sure she does not move her finger. Until she is... I say aloud, or until absolutely necessary.
It eventually does stop pulling on your vitality. As you are allowed,
Yanks her hand away.
as you are allowed to remove your finger, they close the lock, and they do not open it. They do not touch it beyond closing the lock and say motion to you. As you are allowed to open it.
What the hell was that?
They don't answer. Evictus does. That is a warning. Not from me. If you press on, you sure as shit better be ready. Now, do you want to open it up? Take a crack.
She takes a deep breath and she will open the book.
Make a wisdom save.
Oh.
Okay. That is a success.
Yeah. Oh god.
You begin to read. And the beginning of the story seems simple enough. A man born into a moderate life. Merchant. It's not like he didn't have anything. Had a wife, kids, thriving business. Grew up in a small town, moved to a slightly bigger town. Just what you'd expect from anyone. Till a famine came. And there seemed to be no one willing to come around to help, no matter how far they traveled. Everyone had their own issues, and when they had grain stockpiled, prices rose. They couldn't afford it. But a stranger on the road. Who offered help. The usual sort you'd expect in such a time. One that comes with consequences. There is a thing that you will note. Make another wisdom save. Another success. As you're reading through it, a deal is struck. The bargain, not written, to be transcribed into a book like this. Rain came upon the land. There was a warmth that began to refill the world. Food could grow again. And he returned home to an empty town. With empty homes, save the dead. And he carved 3 tombstones for his wife and his children. His wife Zara, his daughter Belili, and his son Emil. Blezkin.
Excuse me. That's definitely fucking confusing her.
Make another wisdom save.
Oh boy. What the fuck?
That's a success. You read deeper in about how this fractured him, made him cynical, snarky, never violent. He made deals that cut and undermined people, little things. Tried to swear that he would never take a life. Called himself a good man. He was not. He was just a man. One filled with a hole, a void where his heart should be. Who had loved so deeply and strongly he'd sold his soul. The only thing to weigh it down, drag him under, was inevitable rage. His body count is uncertain. Some are certain it's in the thousands. He was never caught. Because before he could, he walked past paladins and men in arms, straight into a pit, right into hell, to accept his reward, his great bounty for all he had sacrificed, to be free of the pain. A great lie. A fantastic lie.
Her hands together in front of her mouth while she just reads through all of this. Is there anything left to the book? Or is that where the little tale ends?
That's where the tale ends. The person across the table says. Of course that's not where it fucking ends. Evictus whispers, almost like it's brushing your ear. Almost like he's behind you in the room. Like he has almost physically separated himself. You know he's still there. He is still bound. But it feels viscerally like he is standing behind you.
She will very gently close the book, slide it forward,
No.
smile at the scribe. Oh?
Take it. It's not hers anymore. You paid the price.
She'll pick it up.
She kind of like stares at you and seems to be uneasy. Kind of leans back slowly and exhales. You're alive. Oh. I don't know if that's good or bad. But you're alive.
Were you expecting me to die?
People don't ask for that book knowing what happens and go into it coming out sane.
How many have asked for the book?
You're the ninth.
How many of them left physically alive?
Including you?
She shakes her head no.
2 others.
Can I get their names? Does the scribe look like they're... Oh no, I see you typing.
Just have to get their names. One of these is going to be harder than the other. Is where is your name, motherfucker?
Do you need help?
It's not in your stuff.
Okay.
And as
What are you doing over here?
don't worry about it. As
See, I knew it wasn't
yeah.
mine.
as they write the names, they say, "You're the first to finish the book." The other 2 did read some of it, but then the words became illegible.
Interesting.
Beluar Leiden and Lady Claudia Vehi. Claudia Vehi. We had to, well, this book is a more recent acquisition to Cormundum. It originally came from Danziel, so we've had some workings, though Lady Claudia claimed she was from the north. Not sure how far. I'm not sure where you could find her. She tried to read it quite some time ago.
And the second one? How long ago was he?
Beluar Leiden was about 10 years ago. He's the one who asked to be removed from Danziel. Didn't finish the book, but said it was... Didn't say it was dangerous. He said it would be destroyed if it stayed in Danziel.
This came from Donziel?
Yes, that's where it was originally written, I take it, but no one knows where it originated from. It could have been up in Halo, for all we know, Goraline. But we just know the last place that held it for a time was Dunziel, because it was sent to us from Beluar Liadet.
I think there might be a chunk missing out of the table. Thank you very much for your assistance and the information. She's putting the bag away. She's putting the book away in her bag. I'll be taking my leave now.
Now she's putting the bag in her book.
Heard of the book bag, prepare for the bag book. And she will leave this entire area. She will say on the spy's murmur, it starts only to Artemis, and then because she's not fully focused, goes to the rest of the people who have it, so Fidget, Aurelius, and Velinor. I have information on your brother. Meet me when you can.
Where are you?
So just meet me when you can.
She doesn't answer. She's beelining to her room.
Where are you?
Room.
Kicks down door.
Right. Excuse me. She looks at Velinor and Fidget and takes a piece of food with her as she goes to the room.
You know how to get a hold of us, Adi.
I know how to shout.
You have the
I'm very
spy's
loud.
mama. Please don't yell in my ear.
Oh no, I'm not gonna yell in the spy's member. I'm just going to shout.
So,
That works too.
given Cerulli's speed, Artie will come to the door. The door's probably locked. Don? That mirror is just a normal mirror, right?
Which one?
That's in Serenity's room.
Oh, just the one in the room? Yeah.
Yeah. It's shattered by the book. What were you going to tell me? Don't sit there quiet now, Evictus.
When you were strong enough, and by your screaming and childish reaction, you weren't ready.
Childish? Childish to discover that you have been lying about this. You're related to me, and you didn't think that was important.
No.
Childish?
Yes.
Childish was expecting a deal like you made to go completely fine?
Knock, knock.
Come in. We are not done.
Handle
with this
wiggle.
discussion.
Door's locked.
Unlocks the door. So I realized that Artie has never actually seen Serenity Raid since the Switch. So you now see the very demonic form that she takes on. It's not the Oni, she has wings.
Okay. Artemis walks in and closes the door behind her and looks her over. There's a surprised look, but still she remains pretty neutrally calm, but worried now, and takes a couple of steps closer to her. Before you tell me anything, what's wrong?
She takes a very deep breath so that she relaxes and the wings go. Found a book on Evictus.
Yeah, well, he's always a dick.
We're related.
How?
Blood.
How?
Say how.
Yeah, she just repeated how, because you said by blood. She doesn't know how by blood.
Not quite sure, but since he, as a human, shared my last name, I'm assuming somewhere in my ancestry.
I see. Is that why you two were compatible?
She nods.
Are you okay?
No. But there are more important matters. The book that told me about him was brought here by your brother.
I see.
He said it would get destroyed in Danziel, which makes sense. But also apparently, and she looks over where the book is fucking on the ground near the busted up mirror. He attempted to read it.
Oh?
The scribe said that after a certain amount of time, it became illegible to him and the other person who tried to read it, who came out alive.
Wait a minute, are you saying he's dead?
No, he's one of the two that survived
Oh,
out of 8.
8. Oh, wow.
9 now, actually.
Alright, thank you for telling me.
The fact that your brother read it might mean that he is a bit more mentally deficient than expected.
Well, he's a paladin.
There's a difference between a paladin who is a zealot and a paladin who is insane from reading about devils.
Well, there's also a certain mental deficiency from the training that they go through from hitting their head over and over again.
You see her
Certain amount
smirk.
of brain damage to become a paladin.
I think Aurelius might take slight offense to that.
He is welcome to.
She will go over to the book, pick it up, brush the mirror shards off of it, and set it down on the nightstand.
Alright, how are you feeling?
Finding out the creature that burns a wound so deep it has touched my soul and sent me to the hells on accident upon our conjoining is an ancestor? Not great. Not great at all. You said I wasn't strong enough to learn, and said that due to my angry reaction, my childish reaction, that was proof for him.
Well, usually the older believe that emotional responses, uncontrolled emotional responses, are signs of immaturity.
Stands up and looks at the mirror,
Pieces
or
of the
where it
mirror.
was.
May I speak with Evictus for a moment?
If he's willing.
Do I get the
Did something
body?
right. Sure.
And the form shifts slightly. He turns and he sits down and he looks at you.
How are you feeling?
What's done is done.
That doesn't answer my question.
How do you think I'm feeling? Curious.
I don't.
I'm
I
an
have no
asshole
idea.
at that. Making wild
I imagine you feel
guesses.
quite imagine you feel quite exposed, but I don't really know you.
No, you're pretty smart. Go on. Make guesses. I like this game.
Evictus.
Artemis.
You're a part of this now. You've been a part of this. Me guessing will not make things better.
No. Couldn't hurt, though.
Do I look like a dancing monkey to you?
Sometimes. Sometimes everyone just looks like puppets on strings. It's just who's pulling them.
Yes, I imagine once you get to a certain age, everyone around you starts looking maneuverable.
She's not strong enough.
To protect her.
Protect herself, no.
You are her guardian, after all.
Not by choice. I got
Well, I mean,
lucky. At best. Luck doesn't happen. Someone rigged this.
you didn't have a choice. But then again, you could have chosen not to protect her.
Let me lay this out a little bit more clearly. You can hear this, by the way, Serenity. All of this.
Okay.
For what happened with the Paladins, I know only bits and pieces. I'm a pretty strong figure down below. But someone pulled my strings and set me up. I am supposed to be her guardian, right? Like you said, right? Yeah? We can agree on that?
Yes.
Someone better than me put me in a bottle, and then I got put in her.
Did they know you before?
I don't know. Probably. Never saw their face. Never knew who did it.
Do you remember being watched before?
You're in the hells, you're always watched. It's just
No,
who's...
not what I mean when I say before. When
No.
you were alive.
After I made the deal, that's why I walked into the hells. Couldn't stand being watched. Drove me mad.
Who were you watched by? What demon did you make your deal with?
Kind of holds up a finger. Alliteration's important here. Devil. What devil?
Devil. Who still believes they own your soul?
How do you talk? I had it, and then I lost it. Oh, do I not have the book on me? Oh, I better have the book on.
I feel like Artemis only asked to look at Evictus when she wants to interrogate him.
Being fair, he's usually amicable enough to go, alright, cool, I'll play this game.
I'll play your game, smart one.
I'll play your game, you rogue.
Wait a minute. She's not a rogue. She's a wizard artificer.
He's right, you know.
It will be so much.
Oh, it's perfect.
I apologize for nothing I do.
I mean, it was a thought to give her levels in Rogue at some point. One day,
Arcane Trickster
maybe.
or Mastermind?
I was gonna say if she goes Arcane Trickster, she can just ask Midnight.
Captain Midnight.
That works too.
A serpent crawling on ice, known as Garyon. You can roll a religion check, both of you.
I roll bad early to roll good now.
Wow.
No, not 20.
Both of you.
While I'm
Yep.
while I'm thinking about it, how far does the spy murmur's range reach?
About a mile.
Would Aurelius still be within that mile even if it's in the city? Like, how big's the city?
Up to 1 mile. It is bigger than a mile.
Okay.
So you're quite possibly outside that range.
So
You're
I like to.
indisposed.
Yeah. Okay. I want to make sure that I'm
Not hearing it.
understanding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
I
have
like
ours
that-
turned off while we're having this conversation.
Yeah. I like the thought that whenever Serenity initially did the thing, all Aurelius hears is it's but
Kind of, yeah.
like the staticky kind of out of range thing, and he just takes it out of his ear at that point. He doesn't want to deal with that.
We're gonna smack your hand for that later. We'll get there when we get there. Don't take that out of your ear. That's important.
It's temporary. It's only until they're done whatever they're doing.
Well, the idea that Ember fucking just threatened him, removing communication.
Kind of, yeah. But Garyon is one of the weird positioned devil lords. He's not ruler of one of the layers of the hells, but he is. His competition is completely frozen in ice, unable to physically do anything. But they don't have enough forces to take the realm. But they're known as a warrior. Proud and dangerous. There's more information I can give you guys later, but that is what is important for the moment.
Does he perhaps believe that you can fucking recruit me? Now I'm the voice in the head.
He thinks about it. It's like, perhaps he's looking to recruit Serenity. Perhaps he's looking to recruit both of us. Put us into one body to become one entity better than the sum of our
Perhaps he
parts.
thinks he already has because he thinks he owns both of you already.
Kind of gives you this. It's a condescending look, but it's you get this kind of feeling that he's not condescending you, but more of, I've already thought of that and I hate that thought. Thanks.
I can't help but appreciate that they both had the exact same reaction at the exact same time.
Artemis will kind of shrug a little. You promised him your soul. How was this deal made? Was there a contract?
Yes.
Can I see it?
No. I don't have it.
Did you ever see it?
Yes, when I signed it. I haven't seen it
Did you
since.
read it?
Yes, I read it. But I was also a desperate young man wanting to get home to his wife and kids.
I know. Desperation makes people rush.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Is your soul the only thing that you know you promised?
He doesn't answer.
Did you promise your family?
No. He promised me my family would. I didn't understand the words. Should have paid more
Did he
attention
promise?
to they would not suffer.
There it is.
Did he specify how he would keep them from suffering?
Of course he didn't. Of course I didn't read that deep into it. And the famine broke. Like the skies were parting and rain fell. And I thought, they'll be well. Don't do that.
Shut up.
I don't like that feeling. Stop that.
Shut up. You do it all the time.
I don't do it to give you sympathy. I give it support so that you can fucking grow your backbone straighter and chin up so you don't get whipped.
Stop acting like a tough guy for once.
I am a tough guy. I'm allowed.
It's all he knows. He had to do it to survive. Artemis is just very closely scrutinizing you. Were promised protection. Yes.
Yes.
Many older of any species tend to view ownership as a form of protection.
He smiles a very understanding and hating every second of it smile. I get it.
I was protected once too.
You were a pet.
So are you.
I want to ruin this moment by eat a piece of glass.
Do not shove a piece of glass down my throat.
I want to eat a piece of glass.
Do not eat the glass. It's not good for you.
But it'll make me stronger.
No, it won't.
That's not how that works.
He grabs his head and just kind of he grips it in a way that is clearly one of frustration, anger. He just leans back slowly, exhales, and Serenity, you are pulled to the front. Your rage ends, and you go back to yourself, and you feel him diminish. He's still there, but it's kind of a "don't talk to me, I'm angry" little ball.
Don't talk, I'm angry.
For what it's worth, even if you won't talk to me now, I am sorry about what I said earlier. Wow, that felt gross just saying.
Anything that gets that old tends to rot from the inside.
Sometimes you don't have to be old to feel like you're rotting.
No, it's a different kind of rot.
He sighs. I still have so many fucking questions.
Yes, well, answers tend to do that.
Just snorts. He's confused on his motives. From your whole conversation, it seems like he wanted to be joined with me, but he doesn't trust. It just happened. There's no way it just happened.
I don't think he wanted to be joined with you. I think he wanted to watch over you. He wanted to protect his family. He sold himself to protect his family. Your family. I think being joined with you is something that he would view as a suffering upon you.
If you'd asked me years ago, I would have agreed and said it was. Not sure anymore.
Well, I would also say, if that's truly what the contract was for, and that the promise was to keep you from your family from suffering, that contract was broken. But I would need to read it.
As much faith as I have in my abilities, I don't think I'm capable of hunting down that which is a practical lord of the hills just yet. Give me time.
Yeah, if nothing else, I'm fairly sure he'll come and find you.
That is a laugh of, oh, don't say that!
Serenity, I don't mean to, be insensitive, but I'm fairly sure that Lord of the House thinks he owns you as well.
You can keep thinking it, and then when he eventually comes to find me, he will find that I am more willing than ever to drag his face through the dirt.
Oh, I know.
Many have thought they've owned me. No one's gotten a collar just yet. Though you might have me wrapped around your pretty little finger like a pet.
That's your choice.
It's a choice I do again and again.
And
She's
that's what makes
smiling.
it valuable. Because you chose me and I chose you.
She'll lean down, put her forehead against Artie's.
She'll cup her cheek and just kind of look up at her. I don't want either of you owned by anyone. No part of you should not be free. Even him.
Well, he won't say it. I think he appreciates your kindness.
Oh no, I think he thinks I'm a nuisance, but I'm an entertaining nuisance.
She smiles. I think that might be why he likes you.
Yeah, I think he probably likes Aurelius and Fidget more.
He loves to taunt Aurelius, and I believe that he might have affections for Jenny. Quite odd to feel those sensations.
Does she know?
Yes. She smiles with the I told her instantly.
Oh, I doubt she enjoyed that.
She actually found it quite amusing.
But yes, thank you for telling me about my brother.
Another way that our entire little motley group is connected.
He seems to be quite the rebel.
If he's a wanderer, it makes sense that he would want to learn about fiends, but looking into devils and caring about devils is not what he's supposed to be doing. It should be demons. Your entire family likes getting their fingers into various pies of ill repute.
I mean, our fingers were already there. We were just put into a group together where we had multiple hands and multiple pies.
It's an endearing quality for you.
It's tasty.
Speaking of tasty, I smell food on you, and I am starving.
Well, then let's go back.
Do
I'm eating
not.
this. She just takes a bite of her bacon.
It gives out like this long sigh of you bitch, basically. Alright, fine.
Yes, we're going back to go eat. Velinor and Fidget are already over there.
You met up with Velino and Fidget? You left with Fidget. Where did Velino come from?
I needed to talk to him about my birth father.
Fair enough.
He might have known something more about a man who is human and then a minotaur. Apparently there is a spell that you can use called reincarnation.
That'd do it. It's certainly interesting thought process, because I've never heard of that spell before. Which immediately makes me think that it's not too common, considering I've watched you throw a lot of things around.
Well, it's not. It's also very likely extremely taboo. Because you are supposed to allow souls to move on rather than reiterate into the world of your own will.
So what you're telling me is it's in your genetics to do everything that you're not supposed to.
Perhaps.
She just sighs. She'll lean down and kiss her. Come on. She'll head out of her room.
Mhm.
I
She's
also
still
need to
eating
tell-
her bacon.
I also need to tell the owner of the house that I broke his mirror.
Yes, yes, you do. I'm not helping you with that.
I wasn't going to ask. I was hoping you'd offer, but I wasn't going to ask.
No, I'm not helping you with that. As much as I care for you, Serenity, that was a temper tantrum.
I'm allowed one every now and again, considering
How often is every now and again?
this is my second one in the last 6 months.
Alright, fine. I'll allow you that.
Frequently, I deal with yours and the groups enough as is.
I don't have temper tantrums.
He looks at her with her eyelids lowered and her eyebrows raised.
I don't.
How much of your memories do you have from when you were sick at Cameral's mansion?
How long was I sick?
About a week, wasn't it, out of character?
Around.
I was sick. How do you expect me to remember all of that?
I'm not expecting you to remember. I'm simply saying that you do in fact have temper tantrums, you just don't remember them.
I have temper tantrums when I am physically unwell.
Yeah, much better.
Because it is uncouth for elves to have temper tantrums.
You and I both know that you do not believe that in the slightest, nor care about that rule because it is a rule made by elves.
I know that, but it is a culture I was raised in, and it's very hard to fight against.
So what I'm hearing is I need to encourage you to have more outbursts of anger.
I am 87 years old. You are not going to encourage my outbursts of anger.
I could try. Eventually I'll chip away at it.
I would recommend not doing that.
But your bursts of anger are filled with fire and arson, and it's quite beautiful.
I would rather not have bursts of anger.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'll drop the subject.
Thank you. And she will lead Serenity back over to Velinor and Fidget, where the food is.
She'll follow after. She's got her head on top of Artemis's.
And
Fidget will look up the moment Serenity comes in, and there's a grin on her lips. Serenity, Aurelius is on a date with Emba.
Instant perk up.
you are also joined by another person who's been silently just moving about, but has slid in and is giving a affectionate hug and kiss on the top of the head from Maxim to Fidget.
She looks genuinely surprised.
The smirk gets bigger.
I was never here. He slides away slowly before coming back
Too
and
late.
going, ooh, there's food.
You goober.
What? There's food. You want some?
It's so
To
annoying.
take something off your plate.
I haven't heard from you in 3 days, and now you're stealing my food.
Yes.
Such is love. Sturdy goes to get food. Poor Fidget can throw something at her.
I've been looking into some stuff, but that's not for table talk. That food is for table talk. This is... Huh, it's pretty good.
Velenor's a good cook.
You cooked this. He's like, kind of gives like a half shrug, like, they had the ingredients, I just put it together. Something quick.
He's been making sure that our group doesn't wither away because we keep... Yeah, we're not... Do not trust me to even try cooking.
I don't trust any of you to remember to eat some days.
I
I
take
eat
offense.
every day. I eat all the time, every day.
Okay, Velenor, you're allowed to say that you're worried I don't eat.
You don't eat. I don't know when Artemis eats, because she'll snack and she'll have food that I don't know where she got it from sometimes. And Serenity will just gorge herself unless you pace her. We've seen you do it, don't deny it. As
I have
This
gorged
morning we saw you do it.
Once!
No, that is wrong. Every time we go somewhere to have food, you get at least double or triple an order.
Have you noticed I finish it all? It's because I am built like a brick house and have the metabolism of a running goat.
And then there's Aurelius, who is... Oh, right, he's not here. And
Yeah, he's
he's on his date with
Emma
Ember and
is
whatnot.
chewing him up and spitting him out.
Yeah, I know. It's just...
Are you sure she's not just swallowed him? She stops that sentence immediately.
Valenor shrugs. I know, I just...
Fidget
He's an oddball
cringes
and
at
he's...
what Serenity said.
That's why she stopped.
Valenor shrugs and kind of looks between you all. It's just like, I know, just... Aurelius is just
Are you-
a good presence at the table.
Are you worrying like a father would his child?
Worry like a
He is
father would
kinda
about
like
his
the
daughter
father.
when you're having issues. I can smell them.
You say that and yet we're dating. Don't ever say that again. Also,
Fidget
Oh.
forces her plate into Maxim's hand and goes and gets his own.
so you
Gets
cook, you clean, you take care of the kids. You were single before me, you sure, right?
Supposed to not be sure.
I don't know. Usually most women that I meet would have snatched you up like a piece of candy is snapped by a 5-year-old, but
I was a
Sure.
cleric before.
that doesn't mean you have a vow of celibacy.
No, but it does dissuade a number of people from approaching.
You
Are you
might need to
saying-
explain your family dynamic, Velenor, for her to understand exactly why. You being a cleric is actually why you were single.
I think that keeping it as a mystery will make it so that she will bite it a bit harder, and it will be
You-
funny to watch her squirm.
You say these things, yet I know that you have multiple mothers.
No details and semantics.
Fidget takes a seat with her food.
And on that note, you all eating, Aurelius eating elsewhere, and potentially being dragged away elsewhere.
You're giving me low-hanging fruit!
I apologize
Yeah,
that
no,
Aurelius was over there, but
No, it's fine. Like, put it this way. Aurelius has likely been dragged into a back alley somewhere.
possibly.
Kicking and screaming.
Dragged is putting it.
Mildly.
He was running right by her.
They were going at the same pace. Let's put it that way.
And on that note,
I
love you
know
guys.
something. Okay.
I think that's a good place to end the session. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That was emotional. That was intense.
How
Was-
many tents?
Was it everything you wanted, Paris?
It's everything you wrote in your birthday card.
Because there's benefits, by the way. We'll get to that later, though.
I didn't expect for not only to pass everything, but to pass 2 of them with no better results than what I could have gotten.
Oh, yeah.
She already said she's finding out, goddammit.
Each save scaled up, and the last one you would have had to roll at least a 20 to succeed. And you were just like, nah, I'm going to roll a natural 20. 20 on the dice. Fuck the modifier.
Yeah. I like that interrogation. That was fun.
I love watching Artemis and Invictus interact. I don't know why this pair I like watching, but it's funny. Probably because he tries to be a smartass and Artemis is just instantly like, I mean, you can continue, but I'm not giving you shit.
Invictus, I'm older
Emotionally.
than you. Her, are you? Really?
You're
Don't
not
act
acting
like
it.
When you've lived as long as me, you
Brain
cycle
cell.
back to being a child again. And acting childish. I want to put that glass in my mouth. I want to chew on it. Munchy crunchy.
You don't get to choose if you grow older, but you do get to choose if you grow up.
Invictus
I
mind
like it when
language.
Artemis actually acts her age.
It's fun. It's interesting. It's a different view for people to see.
It's hot.
And getting to have Aurelius dragged away by Ember, have Fidget have some close moments with Beth and with Velinor and with her
In
patron.
my defense, I do try to have Aurelius act his age. It's just he's also a fucking dork.
Well, you say you try to have him act his age. He's 23! What
Yeah.
is?
Yeah, I mean, Artemis acts like she does not have a lot of wisdom. I have maxed out her wisdom.
She has wisdom. She doesn't have common sense. It's the main issue.
She has wisdom and intelligence, so she knows what she's doing is wrong.
And
She
acts
understands
on
the
it.
consequences. She just chooses to do it anyway.
She's like,
She
there
has
literally
so
are,
much common sense.
there are
She has so
consequences.
much common sense. She knows what she's
Okay.
getting into.
So
Literally, I know
hear
the
me
curse.
out.
Yes.
You described the traits of a psychopath just then.
The little giggle. On that note, for those who are watching, thank you all for enjoying this session with us. This is always a delight. It's always a pleasure, and I hope that you are enjoying with us. It was a bit longer today. We had a bit more time that we could spend doing this, and honestly, it is... Oh, I've been waiting to drop that little bombshell on her for 50 episodes. Oh, feels good. And there's still more. But those will be for other sessions. If you are wanting to watch this again, I will be posting this on my YouTube channel. I will be trying to make sure that it is under the tag Cormundum Chaos. For those who are watching from YouTube, we do try to stream these generally starting somewhere around 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Mondays. Generally every week. We've been doing pretty consistently. We've had a few days off where stuff happens or where we have someone else take the DM's reins. Whatever it may be, and it is a lot of fun playing with these crazy people and seeing their reactions to stuff and how they will just pull the rug out from me some days, and I'm just here like, all right, I gotta pilot the burning cart. I'll be fine.
Fine, I'm a
Sometimes,
barbarian. I know what I'm
literally.
doing.
Yes. But on that note, thank you all so much. You're always fantastic, and I hope your days are fantastic as well. Thank you so much for enjoying this with us, and until next week, we are WhatTeamComp. We'll see you later. Bye-bye!
Boo boy.
Poopy?